Good morning and welcome to the silence of the chamber. Great to at this stage. And if anyone does hear rumblings in the background, it's not us thinking deeply, it's excavations on Retro Street. So hopefully they will remain silent while we're deliberating over the next few hours. And thanks all for your participation yesterday. It was great to hear so many strong submissions and people taking the opportunity to express their opinions and express their want for ORC to do various things for them. Today will be simply a recap of those and seeking any clarity that councillors want from that process, and then we would move into the recommendations that we have on our paper, which is on page 4 of your paper. There's 4 recommendations that are there. They may not be exactly how we finalise that, but we'll work through that general process once we have an opportunity to clarify things. But firstly, before that, I will just go to the CE and just throw them right on the spot. And is there anything you need to add at this stage, Richard, from what you heard yesterday? And I think I should explain why you weren't here yesterday. You were here online, but we had an exceptionally important engagement in the Manuhira Care, where we had Minister Hoggard down, and it was a culmination of many years' work in the Manuhira Care through government-funded exemplar catchment program, and the celebration just coincided. So the CE and myself had been involved in that governance room and working through that, and the CE, we had to have someone there, and we thought it was best that Richard was there to take that on, and we could continue as councillors doing through the long-term process. So, Richard.
Thanks, Kieran. No, I don't think there's anything specific to add from yesterday. Nick in particular has been just doing a bit of further work last night to prepare a bit more information, some of the numbers to inform the decisions you have to make today, particularly around public transport. And there's obviously there are a couple of other questions raised that we can discuss at the right time in the process today. Otherwise, I think it's just as you set out in that introduction.
Thank you. Chair Robertson, just an apology for lateness. Chair Robertson's just caught in a multi-Dunedin traffic jam and it's not far away, so it's good to see we've got traffic. I think is it good to see we've got traffic in the city? I'm not sure.
She should be on the bus.
Yeah.
We don't do city roads.
So from the staff table at the top, is there anything you want to add at this particular point? If not, no panic.
No.
So then I'll ask councillors, and I'll just whip around the table and online. I see both Councillor Laws and Kelleher are online, and I'll just start with Councillor Noon. Is there any points of clarity you want from submissions yesterday? Well, Councillor Somerville.
Good.
Councillor Weir. Good at the stage. Councillor Wilson.
I'm fine at the moment, but I'm sure I'll think of something just to annoy everyone.
Yeah. There will be time. Councillor Laws.
Yeah, the costings of the QLDC submission yesterday, which was the reinstatement of the Wanaka business case and the ferry service upgrade. I was interested in if you were to put those 2 items as requested by the Queensland Lakes District Council into the rates, what the effect would be, please.
We had that in action, just when at what stage today? Do you want to work through those? I think we took those, we had those actions from the questions Michael asked yesterday. So when we get to that point, I guess, of discussing public transport generally, we can make sure that that is available. I'm assuming that's a discussion that Councillor Laws wants to have, is depending on the quantum. There'll be a decision for council to make on both that upper Redfern business case and potentially extension of ferry services.
Right, so those numbers will be available relatively soon because we're not far from it. Councillor Laws, did you hear that?
Yep, thank you.
Go. Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, thank you. I'm okay with all of the submissions, other than the comment made by Mayor Lewis regarding our buses, in his opinion, being more of an impediment on the Queenstown roads as opposed to to assisting in public transport. And I know there won't be a financial response needed to that to affect our deliberations today, but I did wonder whether this is a movement away from QLDC support towards the public transport service we provide. So where we go with that, I'm not too sure. It just seemed to be a very off-the-cuff comment.
Yeah, point noted. Thanks, Gary. Lloyd.
Yeah, well, I do have one question. I'm not sure this is the right time, but it's just really for myself trying to get my head around what I've written down here. Microphone. Such a quiet day. Didn't think we needed them. Cycle trails. I just written down my comments are, what is our space? What is our lane when it comes to cycle trails? I just wondering if we get some clarity around where ORC fits into the picture.
I understand. Yeah, and I think that was probably a point where I hand over to you,
Yep.
Richard, on
So
that.
as it currently stands, ORC is not involved in the delivery of cycle trails. So we have through council's instructions at the last LTP set aside some funding for get the name of the group, Brian, Tyree Trails Trust.
Yeah.
To support project management of the larger suite of projects that they came in. They've discussed those at council a number of times. That money is sitting within engineering and is ready to go. The resolution was to make that funding available in year 2. In terms of where we sit, that's really a decision for the council table. Traditionally, territorial authorities have taken the lead in development delivery of cycle trails, particularly where it relates to urban networks. And obviously we are very lucky in Otago to have an extremely organised and effective private community-led sector in Queenstown, Central Otago, and more recently on the coast as well, who are taking a lead in delivering. So our role, in my mind, is probably one better in the support space than in the leadership space. I think that the development of the strategy, the public transport strategy, is something that that our space in cycling needs to be considered in that document.
Yeah. And that's how I understood it, but we probably may have set up a bit of a precedent with, of course, supporting that 50,000 for the planning stages to support the planning.
Yeah, yes, however, that proposal had a significant impact on critical ORC infrastructure, and there was a very good reason why we would want to have significant involvement in that project. And it will require some additional work for that project to get across the line to meet our requirements to ensure the stability of the infrastructure that we own is not compromised through that process. So there was a reason why we might provide them some additional funding, because we will be setting some requirements for that project that wouldn't exist if they weren't on our infrastructure.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, look, my understanding was that $50,000 now in year 2 was set aside for the Coastal Connection project, which is north of Dunedin, not the Tyree stuff.
Apologies. Yeah.
Thanks.
Andrew.
Sorry, just on the same topic.
Yeah.
What I can recall when we had the discussion about the question that Lloyd's just raised is that we resolved to be an enabler, but not a initiator of the projects. That's That's where I understood where we landed. So whether that is still our position, I'm not 100% sure, but that was our position a year or two ago when we had a debate on that exact topic.
So just going back to you, Richard, the appropriate time to discuss our position as enabler, as doer, would be.
And the pipeline of the delivery of that strategy work out of the transport planning team. Do you know where that's sitting?
Sorry, I didn't hear at all what you were.
So the public network transport strategy, which is a piece of work that we had committed to delivering, do you know where that's sitting in the program currently?
It hasn't been started at all.
Right. So that would be the place to do it. So can we have note of that, our position on cycleways to be reviewed, which may mean no change, but it just simply so we've just not lost that consideration. Thank you.
And I'll just say Andrew's point to that approach is the approach that is being taken in engagement with cycle trails generally in terms of the enabler and looking to provide a pathway for these projects to be delivered subject to the right standards being met. So that approach as resolved by council is the one that's being taken by staff when they're in those discussions.
Thank you. So Chair Robertson, we're just going around the table, just asking if there's any points of clarity from yesterday, still not. And so I'll give you time to think about that, and I'll go to Councillor Metham next.
Yeah, happy with the process yesterday. I thought the presentation was good. The process is tight, and looking forward to the discussion today. I think one of the things that I just want to bring to attention to the council is that we are forecasting a surplus of $6 million for this financial year, and that I think needs to be taken into consideration as we look at reserve funding and potential rate increases.
Thank you, Tim. Richard?
I'm fairly certain that I would have the same topics that other people have raised already. So yeah, the main ones that have come out are obviously the business case and large scale funding. And then just technically the public transport matters and just how we resolve them given the RPTP timing and I know we came up with a bit of a plan for that, but yeah, discussing the annual plan and the RPTP at the same time, it's a bit of a technical challenge. Thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Richard. Councillor Lawes, you've got your hand back up, sir.
I have. On page 61 and 63, you might have updated this yesterday. I haven't received it. The difference between the draft that we consulted on and after the errors were found and accounted for, they're not comparing apples with apples and pears with pears. So can I find in table 61, which is the draft we consulted on, the increase per district council is placed on the right against the sums, the chosen sums on the left. If you then go down to 63, we've chosen different average CVs and we've expressed it in dollars rather than in percentages.
Is it paragraph or pages?
Are you paragraph, Michael, is it? Not pages?
Well, it's my page 14.
Yeah, so you said pages 61, so we've all rushed into a submission on page 61.
Oh, how foolish of you.
Yeah,
The paragraph 61 and 63.
This again, that shows you how intently we listen to you, Councillor Lawes.
It might have been a
Yeah.
a glip in the email. Anyhow, sorry. 61 and 63 are the paragraphs.
Yeah.
On page 14. Okay, so do you want me to repeat it or?
Yeah, thank you, please. Yep, now that we're focused on the page. Thank you.
Okay, all right. If you look at paragraph 61, table 7, that's what we consulted on. If you then look at table 8 on paragraph 63, That was just an update after the errors were put into the council accounts and divided in between. Now, it's not a comparison of apples and apples. So if you look at the median CV that we consulted on, let's just try Central Otago, for example, 740,000 a median CV. We're going to increase rates by $26.65, and it's an 8% increase for that particular territorial authority. But then when we go down to 63, we choose an average CV of $1.2 million, and we express the difference in dollars rather than in the same terminology as in Table 7. What I'm seeking to do is get the changes that have been made expressed exactly as we consulted on, with the median CVs and with the increase per territorial authority. Do you understand what I mean?
I've got that, but I'm not going to answer that, and I'll hand over to Nick at the head of the table. Question understood, Michael. Thank you.
Yep. And I did mention this yesterday, and you are looking at Paras, the two tables, which are Paras 61 and 63. Paras 62 has a wee explanation as to why the two are different. At this point, we haven't run all of those changes because we haven't had time through the full rates model, which is where we can then pick out the median capital value property for each district, which is what we did when we went out and consulted. Because when we were consulting, we ran everything through the rates model. We had the full rates estimator that people could go and look at every single property, and we just took the examples of the median value property for each district. Where we're at the moment, because we haven't had time to take where we've landed with the 9.1 and run it through, and it does take quite some time to run it through the model. The other thing is that what happens is, based on whatever comes out of today, there will potentially be changes. We will provide that median table comparison to council for the final, that'll have the full final rates run through it, but we just haven't done it at this point. So the easiest and really the only way we can give a district comparison at the moment is to just use the averages, because the averages is just based on whatever the total rates dollar that will go to each district, and we can work that out, and that naturally becomes the average. So that's why we've done the two different tables.
So can Table 8, the method you've used in Table 8, can you quickly revert that to Table 7 and call Table 7 the average, so those same numbers are used? You've got the average CVs on Table 8. Can we simply not take those back, do it back the other way? I don't ask you to do that immediately, but
yeah, I do have some calculations. It's not in a nice table, but effectively I do have those increased dollars for on the average CVs for Table 7, because obviously that's what I'm comparing back to get the movement of the draft versus the revised.
So to me, that would give us an apples for apples.
That's right.
That's what Councillor Rawls is asking for. Yeah.
Can I just ask a question on that? The problem in that is that doesn't differentiate Dunedin where the largest changes between the whatever number it is that get the passenger transport rate and those that don't. And so it's skewed, and I don't want to complicate it, but I think there should be Dunedin within the PT and Dunedin without the PT, because and how hard that would be.
So I have done that overnight. I've done that, but I've only done Table 8. I haven't reworked Table 7. What I've got is Table 8 that actually further takes those like Dunedin there, Dunedin, Queenstown and Waitaki, and splits it out. So there's a PT average and a non-PT average for each of those districts.
Right.
Well,
But I don't have a table 7 based on average readily available.
So, Tim, and then I'll come back to you, Michael.
So this is just to clarify, as far as I understand, Nick, this is a sort of a timing issue. There's a lot more complexity in developing the table 7 based around medium CV than there is in your estimates in table 8. Is that correct?
Yeah, table 8 is a simple calculation based on how much in total rate dollars gets allocated to each district. And as I said, can split it out for the district, whether it goes to properties with PT or not.
So just
But the one in table 7, when we did it for the consultation, we'd run everything through the rates model, done the full calculation. We knew what each property's estimated rates were, and then we just pulled out 5 examples that were the median capital value property for each district.
So table 7 is the table that you would like to present once we've completed this exercise today, and you'll run it through the rating model, and that will be the table that you'll
for the final once we've landed on a final number, then we'll run it all through and say this is and we'll give a actual comparison to table 7. We'll show it what it was there and what it will be for the final. Indicatively, though, the movement will be the same as what you're seeing in table 8 there from a dollar point of view. For each district.
can I just say something? Yes, but I'm expected to make a decision today on what the rates are going to be, and I don't know. How hard was this to do?
It's not as simple as you think, is the simple answer. I can give you an indicative, this is approximately how the rates will change, which is what I've done, and I've got a calculator that can, those examples you've got for Queenstown, I can tell you what that'll indicatively do to the rates based on where we're currently at and what it'll change it, but I can't give you the full rates calculation.
Okay, but it's going to make a difference. We went out and consulted Nick on 6.2% rate rise for Dunedin. Now they're going to have a roughly $20 a week increase on, a $20 overall increase on that. So it will go from what, 6.2%? I don't know what the final figure will be, 10%?
9.1.
On the basis of the consultation document we put out, which means we've misled, haven't we? Quite significantly on the rate increase that Dunedin residents will be receiving. And that might have given them an entirely different view on the.
I understand what you're saying, Michael. I don't want to be careful. We haven't misled in terms of what we consulted on. Those numbers are accurate. The decisions you make today may result in a change from what was in the consultation document. And what you're talking about is having access to information to inform that decision. But I don't agree that we're misleading anybody.
You made a mistake, Nick. Sorry, Richard. That's the reason there's a 9.1% overall increase. It might have been an inadvertent misleading, but it was still misinformation.
That's what I said in a public meeting the other day, is we did make a mistake and we'll own that, but it's not misleading. There's no intent in that space.
I didn't suggest it was intentional misleading, but it is misleading to consult on a 6% rate increase from Dunedin, inadvertent as it might be. Now I want to know what that rate increase will be Dunedin as a result of A, the mistake being rectified, and how it rates for each of those TAs, and then of the potential changes that we're going to make today. It's not an unreasonable request.
Right, some clarity from Mr. Donnelly is I'm seeking to do the same, the median property rates calculation that you did for table 7, and knowing the 9.1 that we've got now. Is that a relatively time-short process to do that same way?
No, it'll take me a little bit to do, but in answer to what Michael wants is what he's saying is what he wants to know is in table 8. Dunedin there where we said it was going to go up $19.46 from what we consulted on, then he wants to know what the percentage is. And we actually discussed that yesterday, and Lloyd took a guess at it and got 9.2, and the number was 9.1. Now, what we have done is, subsequent to that overnight, we've split that 1946 out and the 9.1 into if you're a Dunedin PT ratepayer versus a non-PT. So if that's all the number you want, then we've got that number there, Michael, and we can show you that on screen as you work through, and you'll see what the percentage is for each district along with the dollar value. So although you won't see it for the median value, you'll still see what that percentage increase is for each district, which is what you're after, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think I'm understanding it. So in Dunedin, you've got a $792,000 average capital value property. If I populated it the same way as you did the median property rates example and put that value of 792, would that come out at now at 9.1, where you've got 6.2 in 7?
Yeah.
And you could dollar, so at that 792, that's 1996, which is a 9.1.
In fact, for the 9.1, in fact, for a median property, it'll potentially come out a bit lower, because the median is lower than the average. Yeah. So it's going to get, it's probably will get a slightly lower, but it'll be, in the margins of, 0.1, 0.2.
The difficulty for us looking at this, and I'm understanding the complexity behind it, is that we're dealing with different values. So you're saying to me, if I take it back on those values, the percentages out the right-hand side of table 7 median will be those same percentages.
Well, no, because table 8 has changes that aren't in table 7, so the percentages would change for. Yeah.
Yes, agree, because we're now at 9.1.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah.
Yep.
Are you comfortable with that, Michael? Michael. Kate.
Sorry, the 9.1 is predicated on the Dunedin City wide rate. I appreciate this, but.
Yes, correct, but Nick is going to give you.
Yeah, no, he says, but I just really do that we're relying on the 9.1, because once you take down all of the out of zone, which are often more expensive because they're rural and lifestyle, I'm really concerned that that's going to have quite a substantial effect, but I'm happy if I'm wrong.
Not for the PT properties, it goes to 9.5. Non-PT, it's 4.9.
Yeah, thank you. And I just wanted to make sure that we stop using the 9.1 because.
Yeah. So I've updated that table from yesterday, which we can plug in changes that you want to make, and I've now got the 2 lines. I've got an overall Dunedin.
No, I appreciate
it. PT and
it's really helpful.
Okay. I'll just, Nick, could you put that up on the screen? Good.
No, it's really one, but no, if people keep on talking about 9.1, it's just slightly concerning.
So that would then presume that the increased percentage rates for the other TAs, excepting Dunedin, on the basis of table 8, would be slightly less. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Yeah, I'll bring it up and
correct.
Bring it up and show you. Okay, so it's a little bit small. So I'll make it a bit bigger.
Let's see what screen.
Right, so this is this is coming out to the 9.1. This is the table from yesterday, but as you can see, there's now Dunedin, Queenstown, and Waitaki, all who have a PT element in there.
19.9.
They've been expanded out so that they have the two. So it does mean that the Dunedin and Waitaki ones from yesterday changed slightly because I hadn't allocated anything to Waitaki yesterday. But so because there's a little bit less, that 19.46 that is there, that was in the table for Dunedin overall is actually 19.29 increase, because part of that is now down, a small amount is now down in Waitaki. So that Dunedin increase there overall is 9.1. If you're in the PT, it's actually the 19.29 is actually 21.52. If you're not in PT in Dunedin, you'll get a decrease of $2.15. And your answer, Michael, if you look at all the others, because this is based on getting to the 9.1, because the bulk of that increase is actually in Dunedin PT, you can see other areas, Central Otago and Clutha, they are dropping $1.67. So their new percentages are 8.2 and 5.5. Queenstown Lakes is dropping 1.37 overall, but because there is a small increase in the PT, if those Queenstown residents that are in the PT area get a smaller decrease than the non-PT areas.
Okay, listen, I'm not trying to be difficult here, but if I can just take you to the Central Otago figures you've got there, Nick.
Yep.
You've got 8.2%, as you've just mentioned, is going to be the rate increase. But we consulted on 8% as the median CV. So despite dropping dollar values, it's gone up 0.2%.
Yeah, but that's because that's the difference between median and average, because your Central Otago median is 740 and your Central Otago average is 1.2. So when we went out and did the consultation, we picked median CVs. As I said, for the point of doing this, we've just used average CVs. So what you get, and averages are much higher than medians across all the districts, because the average is being pushed up significantly by higher value commercial properties, and the like. So we went out and we talk about medians because they're actually more typical residential properties. And what you see here is, so what you've got for Central Otago, where it's now coming out at 8.2, if we run that through, when you get the final version of this, if we ran it through, that median property will have likely dropped below that 8% that we actually went out and consulted on.
Can I ask, when you publish this finally as a result of the deliberations today, and we are expressing this as a communication to our ratepayers and residents, will we be using average rate increases or median rate increases?
Well, this is where it gets interesting. When we give the examples, like we did in Table 7, we will do it based on the median because it's more meaningful for, as I said, the bulk of our ratepayers who are residential ratepayers. But when we talk about what the rates increases, we actually, we always just talk about how much the dollar rates have gone up, which is the 9.1. Yep.
Yep, we do. That's correct.
But which is effectively the average increase.
Correct.
Yeah,
that's the way we normally communicate. So in other words, when we communicate the breakdown for, as a result of today's decision, the averages for each of the TA areas, we'll be using the average, won't we? We won't be using the median.
Well, we can do it that way. We didn't when we consulted, but if you're saying you want to use averages going forward, that we'll use averages.
But we've used it in every year that I've been on the council. We've used the average rate increase. We haven't used the median rate increase. We might have consulted on the medians now.
I'm pretty sure that for the last few years, certainly when we've gone out and done consultation documents, we tend to put the median in those documents rather than the average. Because as I said, it's more meaningful to the bulk of the people who are residential ratepayers.
I looked at last year's annual report. It's expressed as an average, not as a median.
All right, interesting.
Okay,
Michael, with the spreadsheet you now have in front of you that's been shared.
yes,
with-
that's much more, that's much more effective. Thank you.
Comfortable, thank you. And if you could email that out, would be good. No,
Spreadsheet.
oh, no, just that.
This will be what we
A
work from
a
today.
screenshot of that, yeah.
As we go through any other changes council may want to consider as part of this process. It enables Nick to effectively update it and advise you what the impact of those changes will be.
And what else, yeah.
And then, yeah,
Which is this next bit down here.
yeah, yes, we can sort of take a snapshot of them because that'll have to form the
Right.
basis of the final plan.
So Nick, I just wonder if you could just save the start point and reflect things as we go through.
Yeah,
I don't think we need.
that start point there is saved, so
Yeah,
that one's
perfect.
saved, and then as you come down here, I'll plug in any changes that you want to consider,
Yeah.
and you'll see the impact. And interestingly, there just is what I've actually added in there is some of that PT stuff in Queenstown.
Thank
and
you.
What the impact would be there, but there, we can run through all of those scenarios as you want to talk about them.
Excellent. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it. Right. We have no further clarifications required at this stage. Be back in an hour. I'm just finding a page, apologies. Back to page 4. And I'm not trying to rush into these, but what I'm simply setting, there's some topics that we have by consensus appear to be the major topics that we want to deal with. And I think it's probably the appropriate time to start dealing with those. Again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 recommendations and working through, and again, I don't want to take any at this stage, but I wonder if the next process is to start with recommendation 3A and work through that process and discuss that, and then go to B, C, and D. And D is, of course, any other amendments that we may add. Council comfortable with that? It's on page 4. Hey. Oh, yeah, if you could share on, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Okay, all found on that, on page 4.
Technically changed. That's all right.
Hey.
I'm gonna leave it at 4. I lost my.
IT support for this meeting.
Yeah. Thank you. Right. Let's discuss through questions and clarity, and I'm going to be a wee bit lenient and have a bit of discussion on these as we go, just so we have got the feeling of the room and ensuring that we are all on the same page. Thank you, Councillor McCall. So we have the reserve funding, 700,000 of land and water regional plan expenditure carried forward from the 24-25 financial year.
So,
We have Councillor Wilson.
can we just consider that in light of the other saving that was suggested with the RPS? Is that better to put those both?
No, different, completely different. No,
Okay.
that will come through in D.
Indeed, okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
I just.
No, it's cool.
Yeah.
It's good.
So given, the question I've got is, given that there are significant changes, I appreciate where we're going with this and why, but what is in the 25-26 year already for land and water regional plan anyway? Because presumably that would have been funded for hearings and other stuff potentially anyway, so I'm just checking what's already in that year and whether it has to be carried forward or it can be a saving.
So I think Nick gave us the figure of 3.25 yesterday, for what's in the policy development, in the next financial year for lead and water.
So in reality, if that would take it up to 3.95, do you think that that is needed? Or is it just a nice to have?
With the 3.25 is the figure, but we would only be rating for 2.5. So the
Yeah.
3.25 sits in the budget, we don't
Yeah.
rate for all of it.
Okay,
because we have
so
reserve funding.
yeah, the reserve funding, so, okay, sorry, that makes it, yeah,
Yeah.
2.5 is a better way.
Yes.
Okay, so given the delays in the government rolling things out, and again, I think it's just worth testing. And I appreciate how hard it is in the planning space at the moment. Even if we rate for 2.5 and we've got the extra 7, I presume that should farm plans or catchment plans be the best investment, that we may decide that we need the money, but it may just be used a different way to support communities in this space.
Yeah, I think I'd put resource management reform in the same boat.
Yeah.
So we don't have visibility over exactly what the work program will look like, but we anticipate needing to pick up the land and water program, which is why we're budgeting for it. If the framework changes, and we would need to come back to council and just ask the question around investing in other areas based on priorities in response to the government's program.
So I think we want to take a conservative approach because any changes always have a front up difficulty in change, and I'm old enough to have been around when the RMA came in and understand that that's quite a significant requirement to upskill. So I just want to take a conservative approach, so keep that money in, albeit it may need to be a discussion later on. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Lloyd?
Yeah, just my comments on this one as we're going into the 25, 26 years. No, I guess we're 26, 27 years. This
No, 25, 26.
well,
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's spot on.
25, 26 years, there's going to be significant change coming through and or from central government around the resource management, land and water, et cetera. And I think it's just vitally important that we have sufficient funds to decide to enable some policy development to meet the expectations that the government may put on us during the time. So I'd be doing exactly what's recommended. Thank you.
Further comment? I just see the beauty of this, carrying this money forward. It does actually reduce the rate of cost, but still has sufficient funds to ensure that we are nimble and ready to go.
Just commence, what's the rate reduction with that? You said
About 0.7.
Yeah.
700 grand will be, well, it's 70 in total, so it's be
You know, the rate, basically about 650,000 is 1%.
Yeah.
just over.
But when we consulted, when we went out in February, 425 was already included as reserve funding. So it's just the change in that move to 9.1. There's an additional 275,000 has been reserve funded.
Yeah.
So that
It's all included.
Yeah.
3. Yeah.
0.3, yeah.
Roughly. Yeah. Excellent. Just hold those thoughts. I'm just going, and again, we'll go back to those and we'll get someone that's keen to move in that direction or whatever, and then debate it. So questions around rate funding or reserve funding additional expenditure in public transport Dunedin. So could you, Nick, I think I need an explanation of that to tell me the figures and exactly what is, I understand it, but I just want you to reflect it to the council again.
So when we did the forecast to finance last week, we were indicating that overall PT Dunedin would have a deficit of 422,000, which we've just left there, done nothing with. But within that, there is an assumption in there that the infrastructure underspend is offsetting overspends in the bus contract area, bus services area. And then in Queenstown, it's a little bit different. There's a smallish deficit that'll occur in the bus services area. It's only sort of 130,000, I think, from memory. Again, there's an infrastructure underspend that's partially offsetting some of the overspend, but in Queenstown, effectively in that PT Queenstown, there's a surplus being created this year of 550,000. In the annual plan, we've assumed that is carried forward and is being used to offset the rates increase that is needed for additional costs that are included in the annual plan for bus services. They include some CPI adjustments, but the biggest part of it there is some additional services that are contracted to start on 1 July. So there's 550,000 of surplus from this year that has been carried forward into the annual plan, and it's therefore reducing the amount that needs to be rated in PT Queenstown down to approximately $40,000.
Thank you. Question, Elliot.
So just to confirm that does this still leave the PT infrastructure unfunded that we haven't seen yet?
So by doing it this way, effectively, this year's PT infrastructure, which in both of those networks there was effectively $1 million. That spend hasn't occurred. NZTA wasn't going to fund their 51% of that, so we had already rated effectively the $500,000. The decision in November was to still spend that on infrastructure. The other thing is in Queenstown, there's no further infrastructure spend in the LTP years 2 and 3 in Queenstown. In Dunedin, there was 550,000 in year 2 and year 3. NZTA is not funding that. So what we do have in Dunedin, we still have the local share of that. So 270,000 is still assumed for infrastructure spend in Dunedin in year 2, but it's 100% rate funded because NZTA wasn't going to fund it. Effectively, it's our 49% of the 550.
So we are still using our half to actually fund that infrastructure.
Yeah, but of that amount that was already in year 2, and effectively those two amounts that were in year 1 of the $1 million. Obviously, you resolved in November not to spend all of that because we didn't have the NZTA funding. But by what we're proposing now is that both of those amounts they're not carried forward to be spent in future years for infrastructure. The only thing that is in infrastructure in year 2 is the 270,000 for Dunedin that was already in year 2, following what you decided in November.
But beyond year 2, nothing.
No, year 3's got 270,000 in infrastructure as well.
Yeah, keeps going. Yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. Kate, then Gretchen.
Sorry, I'm just going to be pedantic, but surpluses, as we discussed yesterday. So when you say there's a surplus in Dunedin, that is because of the infrastructure.
No, there's a deficit in there's a deficit overall in PT Dunedin. There's a deficit. Yeah, but it would be a much bigger deficit if that other infrastructure wasn't.
I'm going to ask my question a different way. If we just take Queenstown OPEX funding for our services in this year that's the first question. When we do infrastructure for PT and when we do OPEX for PT, is it the same rating system for both?
Yeah, both of those. They're just different cost centres within the PT, like either PT Queenstown or PT Dunedin, and all of that activity in that overall PT for that district is rated as one rate.
Okay.
Yep.
Now, so, and I just think we need to be very clear and communicate this slightly better than using words like deficit and surplus, because I think that confuses people. So we budgeted in Queenstown for this year to do some infrastructure, and we haven't spent that. And that amount was
$1 million.
$1 million, but co-funded, our rates were 500,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there wasn't any of that, so I think it's really important. Then apart from infrastructure, what did we put in for? So we've got underspent 500,000, and the OPEX for the year has run at what we budgeted it for.
With some, if you go back and look at the paper that went to finance last week, we had the table there that showed where the 550 was made up of. So there's a whole lot of different cost centres. Infrastructure was obviously, underspent. As I said, bus services or PT ops was slightly over. There was some other unders and overs. I think they've done slightly better in the ticketing area because there's been more card sales and things like that. So overall, if you take off effectively virtually all of that surplus that's been created is through the infrastructure. The question is, are you comfortable saying, okay, we're not now going to do that infrastructure, which was a one-off in year one, and use that rates that we collected to effectively fund the services that are going to commence from 1 July in the annual plan? Or do you want to look at what that infrastructure spend was for? And that would be a question for transporters. Are they likely to actually have a need? Are they still planning to spend that
So that is a question.
Infrastructure spend. And
so that's a question for Anita, is what haven't we got that we thought we needed? And if it's actually, is this operational? So if it were more shelters because they're absolutely needed in that environment, I want to know that. And I also want to know if it's actually more boards that show what's happening, which may facilitate that. We've been challenged to get more use there, and that there's a huge need for more people there. I just want to understand what
this is the infrastructure. There is still some other infrastructure around because there's one of the other codes that's in there is real time. It's ticketing and real time information. Again, there was some part of the LTP included some spend in there. I think from memory it was about $200,000, and that was around providing real-time information, like you're saying about the boards and that sort of stuff. Again, NZTA wasn't going to fund that, but what we've left is the local share of that is still in for this year, and it's still in the annual plan. So there is still provision for that. That's different than this $1 million in Queenstown was never earmarked for that. It was, from what I understand, it was a one-off thing in relation to Milligan's Road down around Coronet Peak, but I don't know the details of it.
Can we ask Anita what that detail is? Because I think it's important if we're about to put a service in here and we don't, is it? Yeah.
So I understand that the transport team weren't actually planning infrastructure in Queenstown. I understood Queenstown Lakes funded it all. So I don't have clarity on what they were planning to do with that money. I think there's very low risk with not carrying it forward.
Okay, so the question I've now got, and I'm sorry this is bad, but I actually think we need to know this really well and understand what we're telling our community. So the question for Richard is that an appropriate motion, that one, or should we be more specific because we're repurposing funds and saying that we're a bit like the one we've done above, that the funding for Queenstown infrastructure of 500,000 for the 24-27 year will be transferred over.
So when we present the final in June, based on the decision you make today, we will have to include some specific resolutions about that, because you did resolve in November last year. I was just looking at the detail. There was a specific resolution around the use of the infrastructure funding. So we will need a specific resolution effectively reversing that. But for the purpose of today, we're okay with this, but we will, from a process point of view, need to make sure those resolutions are listed as part of the final
Thank you, and I'm sorry, I don't want to go into too much on the Dunedin, but I just do want to understand what we're missing out on Dunedin now.
So we were planning to do a super stop in Green Island, some upgrades in South Dunedin, and there's one other place. The challenge we had with Dunedin was the Union Street super stop was a lot more expensive than we had anticipated. So we have not delivered some of that other stuff, but there is capacity in the in year 2 to do that, to do some of that infrastructure upgrades.
But is that predicated on the year 2, year 3 funding that we've got in there, or do you need the year 1 money for that infrastructure?
No, we would manage within what we've got in year 2 and 3 and actually work out what we'll deliver for that.
So again.
So the resolution was around using the local share currently in the LTP, prioritising infrastructure based on health and safety, risk and functionality. So it wasn't a specific list of projects. It was assessed based on the bus infrastructure audit that was carried out along with DCC, and we would work through that and prioritise projects based on the available budget. Obviously, the budget from year 1 wouldn't be available, so the budgets in year 2 and 3 would just be placed against those prioritised projects and delivered. So we would effectively deliver less over the 3-year period, but still deliver to the 275 of local share that's being rated for.
But not the 5.5.
Correct.
Yep. I think it's really important we tell the really
Right story.
And look at when you go sit through the RPTP, it is amazing how many submissions were about the infrastructure that's there and how pleasant it is standing out there. And Green Island is a super busy stop. But having said that, there are other areas that you can go probably down to a Veranda, another stop away, and get that stop. So look, I can sort of get that. I just want to make sure that we're not just popping this off as a transfer without telling the story.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, thank you. If like the choice is rate funding or reserve funding, if we choose reserve funding, are we meeting our requirements for a balanced budget?
Well, no, you won't, because any time that you don't fully rate, you'll always effectively have an unbalanced budget. But the key thing is that the Local Government Act states that you can have an unbalanced budget. You've just got to resolve that it's prudent to do so. So in this case, with carrying forward, what you're actually doing is you've identified a surplus from the year before, and then you're using it the next year. So if you actually look at it over the 2 years, you are balanced. But in the year that you do the annual plan, what you will have to do is just resolve that. You acknowledge that that the budget won't be balanced, and it's prudent to do so for these reasons. One of which is you're just utilising surpluses from the previous year directly into the area where it was rated for. So, but typically we actually don't. It's very rare that we fully balance the budget, particularly given that the way that over the first 3 years of the LTP, we were having a ramp up in the rates required for all of the flood and drainage schemes, because the expenditure accelerated at a greater rate than what we did the increases for the rates. So if you took the surpluses out that we were, or the additional rating that we had to repay the prior transport deficits, in fact, our underlying would be that we weren't balancing the budget for the remainder of our spend.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Gretchen, then Ellen.
First of all, I think, along with Kate, that it's important that we understand what we were going to be spending the money on in Queenstown and Dunedin on infrastructure for public transport. Yeah, very Richard reread that resolution, and my understanding was that after having done the audit of bus shelters, we felt that we had seen some health and safety issues that we couldn't unsee, and it was important that we invested in the most significant ones. So I don't think that offsetting rates increases by using that money stands up as a principle. So we need to look at that carefully, and also Queenstown, I just need to understand why we were investing in that area as well. Specifically. But then also the other question would be around the options at paragraph 65, which outline that, you know, we could fully rate fund, we could partially rate fund, whether they were intended to apply to this one here, B, so that it's not a straight black and white rate funding or reserve funding. There's actually other options there. Is that right for this one? You could partially rate fund, or you could obviously reduce expenditure to offset. You could do that probably with everything.
Yeah, yes, you can. That option applies. What we've got there is we've said, funding the additional expenditure with a carry forward, because that's what we've done in the 9.1 example. You could say no, don't want to use that reserve that way. We want to earmark it, carry it forward for infrastructure spend, and rate for the increase. So effectively that would increase the rates requirement, by the 550,000. Or you could do a mix. It's up to you. Yep.
Alan?
Okay. Look, just to check that my thinking is right, my understanding is that this extra expenditure we're talking about for Dunedin public transport is as what's outlined in paragraph 47, which is about these costs have been added to PT Dunedin plus 3.2 million. And there's a part of that might be that carryover of that non-funded, non-worked infrastructure. But the main bit is that bit. That's good. Now, look, going back to discussions we had at the long-term plan, at that point, we were very clear that public transport OPEX needed to be funded in the year it was occurring. And if we're to stick with that, which I believe we should, then we should be making sure that that extra expenditure there, which is necessary, is rate funded. Now, that's a different question. You've still got the question about what to do with the non-spent infrastructure, but the main bit, I believe we should stick to that principle we discussed extensively a couple of years ago.
So, I'm going to ask you a question back on that, because that's, and I'm agreeing with the principle. So where we have funded rates to $100, so we've rated $100, but for instance where it's happened here, we've had an OPEX over, we've used $110. I've actually haven't done it in that year, so you're saying I have to catch that up plus the extra next year?
Yes, I am thinking in particular about the 25-26 year. It's what I'm thinking about. Though I guess, let's see what's happened in the past. In the past, we did get ourselves into a big problem where we ended up with this great big deficit that we decided in the long-term plan to pay back over 5 years, and we don't want to get back into that sort of situation again.
Yeah. Thank you. So with the just with the figures that we have in place, then how does that proposition sit?
So if the council would like to see and Nick, you can jump in if you've got these handy, but I'm just wondering whether we just take a quick adjournment, pull together the alternative numbers based on the infrastructure fund being held for that purpose, and us fully rate funding what we expect to spend on delivering those services next year. I think where you were going, Alan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I must say I'm comfortable using that infrastructure non-spend for the OPEX. I'm comfortable with that. But it is a question for the council.
But what that debt then? Deficit.
The 2024-25
Deficit.
deficit.
So,
I'm still thinking about that one.
Can we just have a
Yes.
quick consensus so I can catch up with Nick and Anita on this?
Yeah, cool. And I think that's exactly what we'll use in adjournment. We'll have let's have a renut of those figures. So I'm going to ask for adjournment. You can have let's make it for 15 minutes. We'll go to 10. The crucial watch will go through 10:20. Moved Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor McCall. Those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. Back at 10:20. when you. Right, welcome back and thank you for the team, thank you for the team doing those numbers and working on those propositions that councillors had put. We let's just go back to our conundrum or our thoughts on that public transport options of the reserve funding, and I think it is probably I might just go to the table and ask. Firstly, I'm going to Gretchen. She's got a concept she'd like to put forward that we possibly could shape a resolution around.
Yep. Yeah, so just reflecting on the previous discussion that we had, and I think where I've got to anyway, and hopefully we can shape something up, is using the unspent infrastructure surplus, which is there, to offset the PT deficit. But we have the resolution that sits there around, and we had the intent of implementing a work program to address priority infrastructure issues, particularly in health and safety. So I think it's important that we come back with a work program to do that in the short term. So if we can have those two together into a resolution. So yeah, happy to use the unspent infrastructure surplus to offset the deficit with the intent that staff work on a work program to address that infrastructure audit, priority health and safety matters. So yeah, maybe I could have some help shaping something up that makes sense.
Yes, certainly we could do that at our next adjournment. That would be excellent. So we have a degree of just a general feeling around the table of the thoughts on that proposal. Are we comfortable with that? And I'm coming to you soon. I've got Councillor Methven.
Just to clarify, we're talking about the 24-25 deficit, that you're offsetting the infrastructure gains against the operational losses. Is that 24-25?
That's correct.
Good.
So
That's
just
right.
to confirm, under Gretchen's proposal, the annual plan that we're discussing today remains fully funded, which is the discussion that we had during the long-term plan. So that we achieved that, but the deficit we are accruing in this current year is reduced by applying the infrastructure.
Thanks.
Lloyd.
Can we have some clarity on what that actual number that the deficit would be following the motion? I've got 422 written down. Correct. So that's what's in the paper.
Yeah, that 422 was the forecast deficit in PT Dunedin for this financial year.
Yeah.
But that's net of the infrastructure underspend.
And as we're sitting here right now, that deficit is unfunded.
It's not, it's just, if you like, just
Correct. It's unfunded.
Yeah, correct.
not included in the AP.
So we'll talk about that.
Can I quickly?
Yes, if it's on that same point.
It is. The 420 at the moment was reported at the last quarter. Are we anticipating that to be more in the final year? For the full year?
422 was the forecast to the end of the financial year.
Forecast to the end of the year. Yeah. Michael, then Kate.
So let me just get this right. We're proposing that CapEx be used for OpEx, is that right? So infrastructure be used to deal with an operational problem. That's the first question.
No, it's an infrastructure cost centre, but it's operating expenditure. It's an interesting way that infrastructure type spend occurs in PT. It's treated as OpEx because largely once we've spent it, if we do significant work that you would consider capital, it's usually vested to the TAs after we've completed.
All right. And the second issue is that even after we do this, did I understand you to mean there'll still be a deficit of 422K in the operational expenditure of Dunedin Transport to the end of the financial year?
That's correct.
So how are we proposing to handle that? Are you proposing to rate so that there isn't a deficit
Well,
in the
that's what,
financial year?
yeah, well, that's what we'll have to discuss, Michael, and come up with options.
Well, the first question is, are we going to fund that deficit?
So the draft currently as it stands doesn't fund that deficit.
So where do we
what-
get money from when we
So
lose
what
400?
we have,
Michael, just wait,
so what we do have changing in year two, and that was reported by Andrew yesterday following the RPTP hearings, is an increase in fares. That increase in fares is likely, but this again is based off modelling and estimates, and that always makes me a little bit nervous. That will, the estimates by consultants show that there is an increase in revenue to be expected by, as a result of the increase in fares being recommended as part of the RPTP process. If that's the case, we currently are proposing to fully fund the operating expenses of public transport next year through rates. We should, if the modelling and estimates by the consultants are correct, receive some additional revenue next year. And we will have to monitor that closely through the year two financial finance committee quarterly reporting. We should end up with a surplus at year end within the PT Dunedin and PT Queenstown. And that is how I would propose council views that surplus, is it's paid off by the additional revenue that we receive from the increase in fares. If we don't realise those increases that we have been provided as estimates, then I think in year three, council will have to consider rating additional to cover that deficit. But I wouldn't be recommending that you need to do that this year.
So although there's a deficit of 422K predicted for the next 25-26 financial year, you're expecting...
No, sorry, Michael, that 425 is a deficit for the 24-25 year.
Oh, 24-25.
We've fully budgeted the next year as our strategic direction for buses, that we said that our funding will cover the OPEX costs in any given year.
Okay, so we're expecting that by increasing revenue, we'll retain patronage and make up that deficit and have a balanced budget for 25-26.
That's what the modelling's telling us. And,
good luck.
Yeah. Those estimates do always make me nervous when you look at estimates and models and business cases, and that's why I would suggest it doesn't need to be rated for now, but you would be wanting to look at it very closely through the financial reporting next year. And if we aren't realising that surplus, then I would be recommending that you are looking to rate to pay back the deficit in year three.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Kate?
I think planning for PT in Dunedin has been at times fraught, and it has meant that we have over years built up deficits that are untenable. We are now gone, as in the last long-term plan, to cover those deficits over 5 years at not inconsiderable cost. I am really concerned about continuing that practice even now, and best of intent. I'd like to think that if we put a line in the sand and said, going being hopeful of what the CE just said, we may get into a position of getting ahead of ourselves next year if we put the funds up. I'm going to put it out there that I think we need to be strategic with either dividend payments or savings and actually write this off, this loss. I don't think we can continue to go forward with the Dunedin public with these losses, and it just keeps on happening. It was a mistake. It was our mistake that got us to this point. we underrated this year. We didn't add in costs that we should have, and we should have understood it earlier. So I'm going to put it out there. I don't know where the money comes from. It's personally, I think it's a dividend situation. It would be really helpful if we'd done that in the long-term plan, and because that is all reserves out our general reserves. But I'm just going to see if there's any interest in just writing this off. It's a lot of money. I don't like doing it, but it is our mistake.
So Kate, as I understand, there's two parts to that.
Yes.
You have comfort,
Absolutely.
none of us are comfortable about doing it, but we're realistically, we will put, based on a resolution around what Gretchen said.
Without using the word surplus and deficit, please.
Yeah, but we will, take that infrastructure money and put into the OPEX money to offset the deficit.
Yes.
Comfortable with that, but what you're saying is
The 422.
looking at a solution to tackle immediately the 422,000 deficit that will be there. I'll leave that with you to and over the next wee while to talk that through with councillors and the likes.
I'm
and if you
really
want
interested
to,
in people understanding whether that.
and that you may come up with a resolution to handle that and test that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Noon.
Yeah, look, I'm comfortable with what Gretchen's proposed. It's just a comment, it's probably for Richard, is that if there are health and safety issues existing, I would expect that to be an operational matter that would have been dealt with on a day-to-day basis, month to month, year to year, or whatever. It shouldn't need a direction from governance, but I understand what Gretchen's trying to do, make sure we're being responsible as governors, but I would expect it to be dealt with outside, away from this table.
Yeah, and I think there is immediate health and safety issues requiring immediate action, and then there are health and safety concerns raised through the audit, and there are two different levels within that. You're absolutely right. If there is an immediate health and safety risk, then it should just be dealt with, and we'll report retrospectively. But I think what I take from the proposal that we can craft into a resolution is that there was a full audit and it did raise some issues, and we need to assess those and prioritise them and get them into a work plan so we can ensure we actually deliver something in year 2. But yeah, I understand the point.
Thank you, Councillor Kelleher.
Thank you. I'm okay with Gretchen's proposal. I'm really concerned that infrastructure spend is not tracking as it should be. Kate's proposal for Wider Otago to meet or a write-off, I'm totally opposed to that. Wider Otago meets enough of public transport as it is. Too much of it, I think. So, sorry, Kate, not a runner for me.
Thank you, and we'll keep discussing that point. Councillor McCall, then Councillor Development. So it's just so unusual you sitting so close to the front of the table, you fellas that are normally miles away. Councillor McCall.
Thank you, Chair. I think at the end of the day, I'm very happy with Gretchen's approach to the current years since getting to the deficit of 422. What we do with the 422, we've basically got 3 options. One is to write a check and pay it off from somebody. Option 2 is to fully rate it in the next 12 months financial year, and recognising that we made a commitment to fully rate going forward the PT spend, so that we don't end up in a deficit situation that we inherited at the long-term plan period. And the third option is to recognise the 422, but also in recognising it, recognise that also in the 25-26 year, we've got a known, well, we are likely to have a significant surplus from increased fares, but it is an unknown number now. But for me, it would be prudent to take the 422 and look at it and have it paid over time. I think it wouldn't be prudent to go to the affected ratepayer to get the funding in the 1 year, but allow us to basically trade out of it. That's what businesses do. They would trade out of it, and we got an opportunity to trade out of it through the 25-26 year from increased rates. If at the end of the year we do not generate a surplus sufficient to refund it, we then have to take the hardcore and perhaps put it back to the ratepayers to fund. But there's a real genuine possibility that that would be funded from OPEX in the first 12 months. The other option would be to hedge your bets and go 50-50. I probably would say set it aside and ride the ship and see where we're sitting this time next year.
Ride the bus would have been better in this context, but that's good.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Fair.
you don't get the bus in all year.
Councillor Weir.
Later return after the break, so I'm not entirely sure what the proposal is, but I assume we'll get it up as a recommendation.
Oh, we're just
Okay.
shaping that now. It's a great, sorry, Elliot, it's agreeing to use the surplus infrastructure money to fund the deficit, subject to a work plan coming back that shows us the health and safety considerations being worked on as per our recommendation in November.
Yeah, I think
So we're just emphasising we're happy to do it, but we're only happy if those things are fully prioritised and occur.
yeah, that sounds about where I would be sitting as well. But just the discussion around factoring in an assumed increase in revenue as well. I think we can, assume there will be a revenue increase from those increases, but I'd just be very wary of relying on any specific numbers in there, because one thing we heard very clearly through the regional public transport planning process and heard in the past is just how tricky it is to model that stuff and what factors are influencing how many people are taking the bus. And I think we need to just, as Rich has said and as Councillor Laws has sort of touched on as well, just keep a really close eye on where those numbers are in future years. And I think that should also apply to what the effect on patronage is, because we may very well still see an increase in patronage, but that may be less than what it would have been without those increases, particularly around the child fares. But it's just something I think we need to keep a close eye on going forward and adjust accordingly.
Thank you.
We haven't also discussed it.
Councillor Laws, I see your hand up. Is that still on the bus issue?
Yeah, listen, just so that I completely understand, and so does everybody else who's watching this, as a result of the decisions we make today, what are the fare schedules for Dunedin going up by in the next financial year? So what is it, $2 and $1 at the moment? What will it need to go up to meet the recommendations that are being discussed now?
251.
Sorry, I was absent when this was discussed yesterday, so I might just get someone else. The council still to
Ratify.
discuss the report back from the RPTP process and ratify that. That happens at the June council meeting, but there was an indication given by the panel yesterday morning, so I'll just ask someone to step in and provide an overview.
Andrew's got
And I
that.
can-
Oh, sorry.
I can do that. So the panel recommendation is that adult fares increase to $2.50, and child fares from 5 to 18 are $1.50. At the moment, Queenstown 13 to 18-year-olds are $1.40 and Dunedin are $1.20. So we would make them the same, and that would take effect from late September. That's the recommendation. But as Richard said, you still have to adopt those recommendations in June.
So it's only for 3/4 of the year.
Thank you, Anita.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Right, we have some sorry, Tom, sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, just Kate, I'm going to use the word loss to replace the word deficit.
Thank you.
I'm going to use the word profit to replace the word surplus. Okay.
It's not profit if you've
so
got money off of someone.
In terms of Gary's assumption that Wide Otago will bear the Dunedin 422K, that I think is the ratepayers of Dunedin that will bear that, not Wide Otago. That's the rating pool. So just clarification around that.
The clarification is that if we Kate's proposal was slightly different to what we're proposing. Kate proposed a write-off or a dividend, which has effectively in the past been applied to general rates. So Gary was correct in terms of the way he described that. The way we're proposing to do it would see that deficit being repaid under the existing rating model, which means 80% would be paid by the portion of Dunedin. And 20% would be general rate funded. So Kate did propose something different, and Gary was correct that had you moved down that path in terms of a dividend or a write-off, it would have been borne by the general rate payer. The proposal as it stands would see it being paid once that decision is made by 80% by Dunedin Public Transport. That portion of the rate and 20% by general, correct?
Proportionally, okay. Okay, in terms of this 422K, my opinion is we accept this loss in year ending 25, and it gets tucked away as an accumulated loss in the pool that's called accumulated profit and losses. And in 25, 26, we rate for the operations and infrastructure that we are planning and hope for a profit that can also be tucked away in the accumulated profits and losses bucket to carry forward. Thank you.
Kate, relevance to that?
Well, it is relevance to what Richard said, and I just want to unpack.
Is it on your resolution that you're going to add, or?
I just want to check that we're not making things more complicated, because the problem, the PT, the deficit from COVID, is one group of PT transport, but the loss for this year is a different PT transport.
Correct.
And so by adding another deficit for this year, it will be a different target audience, so which complicates it, and that's why I was trying to.
No, it doesn't. It still keeps it clean. We've ring fenced that historic, if we call it the COVID deficit, there's more to it than that, but if that historic deficit has been ring fenced, and we're going to change the budget in future years to have a specific line in terms of the rates that we take for that, and then we'll just show the balance decreasing. This will just sit in the Dunedin PT operating reserve as a new deficit, but it will be completely separate from that balance that existed from the long-term plan decision that you made.
And that's not too complicated, great. Okay. The question, sorry, I may have misunderstood Gretchen's motion, because I didn't think she dealt with that as a deficit. In her motion, I was accepting hers, but I wanted to know what's happening with the 422.
Yeah.
So where at the moment does Richard think that money is being repaid in year?
The 422?
Yes,
So the balance of the deficit from this year, we would anticipate, depending on the revenue that we realise next year, that 422 being repaid through an increase in revenue. If not, there's a decision for you to make in the next annual plan as to whether you rate some additional funding under the Dunedin PT rating model to pay back that deficit.
Or do the 50-50 and say we'll up from 50% of it on
Whatever rate.
Yeah, cool. I just
Decisions still to make.
Excellent.
So many options.
Right. So that's dealing with A, B, and C. So now we're on to any other amendments.
It's Queensland sorted.
How am I to do it?
C, Queensland.
Oh,
Yes.
Chair.
Yep.
Do you think do you think the table needs to come to a position on how we would like the 422 dealt with?
No.
Through the resolutions, you're making that decision to look at it next year. So you don't.
Oh, okay. Is it in the?
You don't need a resolution on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I would think we get these resolutions now. We tick them off, Lloyd, and in a few particularly the same with Councillor Wilson may want to do a complete
Separate one.
completely separate one. I think that's once we've got those moving along in that direction that we've agreed that we've had consensus on now, you will then add additional if you need to. So I'm not going to discuss that now.
So that's under C.
No, that's under. It will be at the end of the day once we've done these recommendations, because it's
what we're talking about comes in under
D.
C.
Under D.
Any other amendments?
Any other amendments?
Any other amendments?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, I think, are you trying to get clarification about whether we bring up a whole lot of other issues right now? When's your chance?
Yeah, so we know, right, so we know that if the resolution that's been promoted at the moment is to use that, it leaves us with a 422,000 deficit
It doesn't.
loss. So to handle that, yes, we could make another resolution, say, let's wait for it now, or whatever, but what the general feeling is that the general feeling that I understand is that and I'm talking with you and others, is that we hold that deficit in an account and see what happens over that 12 months. And in the 12 months, we then decide how we will attack it. So if we don't get the additional fair money in that we're anticipating, we will then attack that 422.
And to be clear, the direction you're giving today is on next year's annual plan.
Yes.
So the decision you need to make is, are you rating? So as it stands, we are rating to cover the operating expenditure for Dunedin and Queenstown next year. So that's line in the sand, because that's the direction we previously had from council. There is the only decision you need to make is, do you want to increase the rates further to pay back the deficit that we are accruing this year in Dunedin? And we're recommending you don't need to do that at this time, but you don't need a resolution on that.
Yeah, so you're right. So the option that we're talking about is the do nothing option. Let it fix itself.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Lloyd. Michael?
It's more than 422, isn't it? Because as Andrew's pointed out, if we need to do any health and safety stuff in the next 12 months and we're awaiting that report, then that's money that isn't available.
Now, there is 275 in the budget in years 2 and 3 for infrastructure.
Can I just add, so that's infrastructure new, there's also an infrastructure repairs and maintenance, which is where we utilise, for example, we've just put a new shelter down at the bus hub that was taken away, that was raised as an issue. So there is an additional budget as well. So there's repairs and maintenance and there's an infrastructure new budget.
What is that?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount.
So Michael, what we're saying is the 275 that we're going to carry forward, that we're proposing to carry forward, is unspent money, but we are still rating to ensure that activity can carry on.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, let's start with some exciting ones. And not that it's not exciting. My apologies to the audience listening.
Just to answer Kate's question, the infrastructure renewal, there are only 200,000.
So there's 475,000 potentially. Thank you.
Let's start. We had an understanding that there was quite a reasonable chunk of money that we thought we may have to rate for, but now longer. CE and the very good team under them have realised that we may not have to rate for it. So I'll give you the floor. And I won't take your good news away.
Hopefully it should be a relatively quick one. So this is coming out of Anita and Fleur's area. So as I indicated yesterday, the regional planning budget included an amount that would have covered reasonable court and consultants costs for the ongoing mediation and any hearings associated with the regional policy statement. Because of the work that's been done through the mediation process, both Anita and Fleur have identified a saving of $500,000, which we can remove from the regional planning section of the policy budget. So we are recommending that council request that we do that in the final annual plan.
Gretchen?
Sorry, just what we're aiming to do here. Is this any other amendments?
Yes, yeah. So a resolution will be shaped around that benefit. Yeah. Oh, you've done that? Oh, awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quick question. Is that regional planning saving going to affect general rates? So,
correct. Sorry, Michael, I should have been specific. So that's a reduction in general rates.
Thank you.
And Lloyd, then Kate.
Oh, that was pretty much my question. So basically the plan is just to put it back in the, not take it out of the, take it out of the budget track.
Yeah, cool. Kate,
I'm going to, just tell me, Kate, no, it's fine, but I'm just going to, we haven't yet introduced the reports from Richard from last Friday. And I just want to go to public transport, because I think I appreciate that this is frustrating, but if I look at the OPEX for transport in the report that we got on Friday, 41.3 million, we've just found out those highs and lows and stuff that we don't even have articulated in here about. I don't think in the work program we've got anything about what is $475,000 worth of budgeted work, which is the infrastructure. And that concerns me that we just don't know this detail at the fingerprints. So we can't deal with this today. I think that we need to be understanding. So the first part is we haven't introduced these reports, which I think are really, really helpful to understand these reports.
So just to be clear, they're not reports,
Well,
they're information we've made available on request, they're not part of the formal report pack, they're also not, they're not confidential, but they don't form part of the formal report, they're a response to requests for more information, so just need to be clear that we're not introducing them as reports.
Yeah, no, sorry, bad wording on my part, and I should be more, since I'm pedant on this, on other things like surpluses and deficits, I should be much more careful. I think it is really useful information, but it means that I think there'll be a really good base for finance to get reports, even getting down into the more detail, where we have questions and understand them better, because I'm frustrated that we don't understand what's underlying some of these very large budgets, 41.3 million. And so the problem is looking at the 25-26 year, when we look at some of these big budget items, that's really hard for us to consider where there might be savings. And if there are some savings that we've just found in transport, I presume there are potentially savings in other headlines that we can't see. I'm very, very grateful for the 500,000 being brought up by staff, but and that makes sense, and appreciate the hard work that the staff and the community have come to do that, because that's been a lot of mediation. But I can't, I'm just not sure how we interrogate the other ones in the same level.
Can I help? Can we put that through to Autumn Risk to have a deep dive into public transport?
It's not just public transport though. Yes, I think that's helpful, but it's all of them. That we've got what, 2 savings now, $1 million.
Savings.
so what I'm hearing that we lack, as councillors, possibly lack the clarity of lines where we can make decisions on whether we, let me finish, on whether we may decide to remove those and whether they be strategic, mandatory or discretionary. And if we are of a mind, to make changes to the rating base, we have difficulty in making those assumptions or directions. That therein lies the very major step that we've just had in the presentation of those tables on Friday, which I think is an exceptionally good step. However, that is where we're at the moment. But if we do want to individually or as a group interrogate any particular part, I think we simply need to put that forward to the CE, and he will do that investigation and bring that back to us. And so I'm not demeaning your concern. I'm agreeing with your concern, but I'm saying we need to have a process that if we actually really do want to analyse something, we need to take that step through the CE to do that. And I don't think any of these recommendations will change what we're trying to do. But if we want we've certainly got time in that to the 23rd of June, 25th of June to analyse any of that stuff and make recommendations at that council meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Comfortable?
Look, I'm comfortable. I probably came over as criticism. I think we're in a much better position, and I want to thank the staff for getting us to these reports. the problem is the more you get, the more you want, and it must be frustrating to the staff, but I think that what I heard, and this is why I want to relate it to the submissions, is that the huge wins of us getting money out of this office and onto the ground to do things, and especially in pest work, that seems to be a very effective use of ratepayer money. And I appreciate giving that money out requires a strategy and it requires planning, but it is frustrating that sometimes it takes a wee while. And so I'm just wondering, and that's where I'm concerned about the environment point.
So a couple of things. Which one do I do these? That last point. So the direction from governance, if that is where you want to go, is to direct staff to look at opportunities to deliver more money to the community through grants and offset that with savings in other areas. It is not in my mind going line by line through the budget and starting to pick out amounts of money that you want to then place in different buckets. That is the role of the council table to give us that direction to go away and do that work. And that's how I would expect you to manage that. That's not to say, and I'm pretty sure I covered this in a public meeting last week, those sheets that the staff have worked on this year, so Jasmine along with our management team and our business partners in finance, they have prepared those as best they could with the information we have available this year. We've introduced them late, which I knew was a risk, but it was requested, so we provided them. I expect come year 3 annual plan and the conversations we will start having in November, December, they will be at the next level down again, and potentially in some of those bigger budgets, even a couple of levels down. So you start to see more greater transparency of the budgets and where the I guess the buckets of money, if you call them that, are being directed within those activity areas. So that was the comment I made last week around it's a step in the right direction, but it's certainly nowhere near where I hope we can get in terms of transparency across our budgets. But I would caveat that with I don't expect that to result in line by line management of budgets. The direction from governance should still be your expectation for staff around where you want us to direct our effort. And we can respond to that and make changes to the way we set up the budgets and we set up the work programs.
Thank you. Gretchen.
Yep, I was going to say something very similar, but just that I feel that, yeah, that's good governance to set strategic direction on things like that. But we've been through quite a long process where we started off with strategy. We started off with an LTP, which was based on strategy. We're still actually defining biodiversity strategy at the moment, but we already have strategy in place. So we start way back then. Then we craft the annual plan. We've had workshops on that, which started last year. We're now in May, so we've actually got to tick this off in June. So changes in strategic direction don't happen now, but it is something that we should be considering, but not at this point. However, the specific example around whether we invest in action for biodiversity that's implemented by communities, we have considered that, and that's why we have increased funding pools as well. So yeah, I'm pretty much backing up what Richard says. And also, yeah, we've got clear expectations that we have greater visibility over what is going on in terms of each of those areas of work, which Kate's been strongly advocating for, and Richard's taken that message on board, and we've heard that that's happening as well. So yeah, thanks, Kate, but yeah, it's yeah, we can't really implement huge changes at this point.
Other questions? Thank you for that $500,000, and thank you for the start on that process with the information that we received last Friday. Very good step forward. Right, back to going to D. I'm sorry, we have up on the board, my apologies. Which one have we just put up on?
So we've just placed E up.
Oh, E,
the
sorry.
regional planning saving. the B and C are the outputs of the recommendation from Richard on the public transport. So that's to use the unspent 24-25 infrastructure money to offset the 24-25 operational transport deficit for Dunedin and the 25-26 operating costs in Queenstown, which is as was shown in your draft budget, but also the extra request to start prepare a work plan that addresses any health and safety issues arising from the previously completed bus stop audit for delivery in the 25-26 year. So that ensures that there'll be a report back on that.
Alan completed, please.
Sorry. Oh, completed in C, Kylie. That's my bad typing.
Minutes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm just noting too that Councillor Laws raised the two additional issues, and at the right time we've got those numbers. So that was around the ferries and the Upper Clutha business case. And we said we'd look back to those as part of the discussions for any additional amendments. So at whatever time you
Right.
decide.
So let's go. Councillor Laws, have I your ears? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you.
So, if would you like to? So Richard has available those numbers you requested on the Upper Clutha and the ferries. Would you like to take those numbers now and begin a discussion on them, or take the numbers and discuss it later? So, do you want?
I'd like to, well, take them now if that's all right, and we can discuss it later.
Yeah, no trouble.
Okay, so as part of the long-term plan, the numbers we're effectively going to use the numbers that we put in the long-term plan that were then removed when the co-funding from NZTA did not come through. So what we're doing with those numbers now is assuming that it would be 100% ORC funded.
Yeah.
So for the Wanaka business case, that's $250,000. And consistent with other business case work, that would be general rate funded.
Oh, okay.
The ferries, for additional ferry services, the cost of those services would be $500,000. Now, that's the number that was used in the long-term plan effectively as a placeholder. The detailed design of any timetable improvements would need to be worked through, but 500K would be the number that we would use. There would be some revenue to be collected as part of that, and in the long-term plan that was estimated at around 100,000. So there's a net cost of $400,000 that would be rated to the consistent with the Queenstown public transport rates, which is that targeted rate for Queenstown only.
And just to be clear on that, when you say the targeted rate for Queenstown, does that mean people living within the Queenstown region, or does it include Wanaka as well?
No, it doesn't include Wanaka. It's a subset of the QRDC rate payer base, which was the decision reached through the long-term plan.
Thank you so much.
Do we know?
And if I could just remind you, Councillor, I think the decision made to remove the business case 250,000 was because we were made aware that NZTA would not fund the ongoing work on that service.
Right, but the full cost would be 250K, generally rated, if we were to include it in the 25-26 annual plan, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, that is one option. The other option would be what Mayor Lewis said, that basically said his area would pay for that.
So the co-funding wasn't available, as you say, for the business case for the Wanaka scenario, but also the co-funding wasn't available for the ferry scenario as well. Increased ferry services.
Yeah, that's correct. Yes. Okay.
So the 400,000 net for the ferries, would that be over 1 or 2 years, and what would the effect be on either the average or the median passenger transport rate?
So that's the cost per year, that's a per annum cost.
That's per annum, sorry, thank you.
I can't remember.
So I just wonder, given we've started discussing this now, I think you just need to have the discussion, and Nick can bring up the spreadsheet that he shared before, so quite if you don't mind putting it down, so Nick can take control of the screen, and then we can have a look at what these decisions will mean in terms of rates.
Thank you. Mark's mic's up.
Okay. So there we're sitting there with the screen, currently got the 9.1. Sorry. Currently got the 9.1 percent increase. So there's what the rates are with the 9.1. So if we look at those two things, we'll look at them individually. If we added back 250,000 to general rates for the Wanaka business case, the 250 gets spread across general and UAGC, across all the various districts. The 9.1 will go up to 9.5, so it's going to add 0.39. And you can see the areas. This is here's what the increases would be compared back to what we had in the 7.8%. So it includes the 9.1 plus this additional 0.39. So because that's general rate goes over everybody. Yep.
Nick, I assume you've already put the $500,000 savings back into this table?
No, I haven't put I'll just show you them individually, but so that's the impact of the 250. If we take that one out.
So Nick, before you do that, sticking with this theme, the other option on this theme would be to rate only the QLDC area.
The 250
or the business study.
Yeah, that would be. I don't quite know how we do that because we don't have a targeted rate for that. We don't use district general rates anymore. We don't have a targeted rate. You know, that would effectively be a new rate.
We haven't consulted on.
Yeah,
And there is a consistency piece here. So from the discussion we had yesterday, so we've got other investigative work happening around the region and sort of that early stages of planning, which is general rate funded. So there's an equity conversation to have there as well.
Good on you.
So the other piece that you said, so we were was the ferries. So if the ferries went back in, that would go into Queenstown, and we were saying that's 500,000 costs less 100,000 in revenue. So the net costs that would have to be rate funded 400,000. So what we do is we actually add the 400 into the transport column, but only 80% of it goes there because 20% of it will be general rate funded. So you'll get 320,000 will go there to the Queenstown PT ratepayers, and 80,000 will go back across the general rate. So that one adds 0.62 to the overall rates, but the one that will have changed there will be Dunedin PT. We went back and had a look at what it was previously. Compared to the 9.1 there, you can see there the Queenstown PT area had been getting a decrease of 31 cents. in the 9.1, they'll now have an increase of 21.
No.
Yeah, 21.33. So, yep,
Is that dollars or percent?
that's dollars. So their percent will go up to 10.3, and it was their 8%.
No, that's what the mayor wants. Okay, thank you.
And that's annual.
Yep. So that's the impact of it. And if you then wanted to see, you've got, so that's individually, you had 0.0039 for that and 0.0062 for the three of them. If you put them all in, you would end up, we would add the 250 into general rate for the business case. You've got the 400 in there for the ferries, and the other one would be we minus off the 500 for the RPS. So all of those three things together would leave the rates percentage at 9.36. But of course, there will have been the mix out the side here of who's increasing across the districts, and whether you're a PT ratepayer or not will have changed.
Elliot, you had a question?
Yeah, just wondering if we have numbers on what the impact would be on private revenue share tokens.
It would significantly impact our private share. And just because the ferries are not recovering their costs. So there is I appreciate it, and I have to apologise that I didn't hear the mayor's submission yesterday. And so I didn't hear his comments specifically on the ferries. Just offering a bit of context in that space, many of you would have seen the article this morning on the mass rapid transport in Queenstown, and we have two now very active private consortiums who are pushing to provide solutions in that mass rapid transport space. One of the things that will require is a reworking of the integrated transport plan for the Queenstown area, which will tell us how which is public and active, if we talk about first mile, last mile as well, how all of those modes of transport may work together to deliver the best solution for Queenstown. On water, we've had a new company purchase the ferry operators, and they have some vision in terms of what they believe on water transport solutions might look like in Queenstown in years to come. And there's some engagement that we need to do with them around how that might fit with the PT delivery model. I think that view of integrated transport, public and active, as part of the Queenstown network, when you put mass rapid transport, traditional public transport being buses, ferries, and then their active network, needs to be considered before decisions are made to invest significantly in a service that is currently not performing well. And I think it's fair for me to say that based on numbers that we've seen reported to the Public and Transport Committee and shared with Queenstown around the patronage of the ferry service. So while I appreciate and respect the views of the mayor, I think there is a lot happening in that transport space that needs to be considered so we can make an informed decision on those ferries before placing that impost on those ratepayers. That would just be my view.
Thank you for sharing that, Richard. Elliot, and then Alan. Oh, sorry, I thought you were coming for. We'll go to Alan.
Right. Thanks. Look, on the Upper Clutha, and I'm all for doing whatever we can to advance the cause of public transport in Upper Clutha. Just wanted to check that the business case is the most useful thing we can do, and there's not some other sort of investigation that might be more useful. Would anyone have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's a good question. You can spend a lot of money on business cases. Unfortunately, look, I think it is the best use of investment, and I say that because if the government policy statement on transport changes in the future and offers opportunities for us to secure co-funding, we will need to do this work anyway. So we could invest in something different now to try and get a faster solution for Wanaka that would be solely funded by ORC or potentially, QRDC. There's conversations to have there, but if we just assume for this, at this point, that it's ORC funded, that will still come at a cost. Possibly wouldn't be as much as a business case, but then we would need to repeat a lot of that work to develop a business case that meets NZTA's processes for securing co-funding. So on balance, I think this is the best step to take because it puts us in a strong position should the GPS and change and there be further funding for new PT services available. But yeah, appreciate the question because it's
Thank you. I understand the answer. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you. And Elliot, then Lloyd.
Yeah, I've got two extra concerns. I don't know. Well, we're not really in discussion, we're just in questions. They're not really questions. Happy to save them.
Show
We'll
them.
just sort of
You bullet point them. Good.
what with the I think I've got some major concerns about the Queenstown and some lesser concerns around the Upper Clutha proposal. Just around what we've heard through the regional public transport plan process mainly. And so with the reduction in revenue share that would get from Queenstown ferries, if we did implement that, there'd be risks to NLTF funding generally, risk and cuts to the services elsewhere across the network. And the other big thing is just that for the Queenstown Fares and Frequencies business case, the additional ferries didn't stack up, and I'm not entirely sure on that. So I guess my question is that the case? Whereas we have tons of things like increasing service hours for Queenstown and Dunedin across the bus routes and increasing frequencies on the 10 and the 5 in Dunedin that really did stack up in those business cases, and yet we're still not funding them because we didn't get that co-funding. And so I wouldn't think it'd be fair to not fund those and to go ahead with funding ferries when they don't stack up in the business case. But especially with, as Richard touched on, sort of potential big changes to the network at large potentially on the horizon. The Upper Clutha case, I think, is a bit of a different story. I think there could be a case for, I'm worried that if we do a business case now and then we're unable to actually implement a service given the current GPS, that'll just annoy the Upper Clutha area more. But in saying that, I do think wherever we're doing stuff like this, whether that's the Oamaru Dunedin analyses or the Belclutha Dunedin one, or those routes, I think we do want to be ready for when we have a business case ready to go and ready to implement an actual service for when we get a government policy statement that's, for lack of a better word, better. Although we heard through the hearings that I think the Wanaka to Queenstown connection was a more urgent priority for some people, although there was disagreement there from submitters. So I think there is a case for doing some planning work on that Upper Clutha thing, but some slight concerns.
Thank you.
But definitely concerns for the Queenstown.
Thank you, Lloyd.
I know my question, for the Upper Clutha business case proposal, if we go ahead with that, we don't really have any option to be other than general rate funded.
Look, the option's yours. It's the council table to decide. What we don't have at the moment is a distinct rating unit that would pick up the Wanaka community. It doesn't exist, so it would be a change to the system. So as I touched on before, the consistency in terms of how we're funding those other transport investigations, but the decision's yours around how you rate for it.
And we don't have like a PT area in that Upper Clutha. You don't have defined.
Correct.
Not at the moment.
Thank you, Lloyd. Michael, your hand was up next, then Kate.
Sure. I'm trying to channel Councillor Alexa as well, who I know would say on the ferry that this is about funding the next 12 months while the plans for public transport come together in Queenstown. Certainly, I am persuaded personally by Richard's intervention on this matter, but this is a petition from the Queenstown Lakes District Council, Mayor and Council, on behalf of that entire community, which is why I take it seriously, because they are the political representatives of, and no doubt have consulted on, and will be aware of the cost too. So, but nevertheless, that's the reason why we're discussing it. On the Wanaka business case, can I just make this point? We're simply delaying the inevitable here. That the Wanaka community already through their rates subsidises the Dunedin public transport services. It currently receives no services itself, and $250,000 really in the scheme of things is neither here nor there. We're going to have to do it anyhow because the population continually increases annually, and they're not all rich bastards, far from it. They are a variety of different socioeconomic backgrounds. And again, the Queenstown Lakes District Council and their mayor have petitioned us on this particular issue, representing that particular community.
Michael, I'm going to cut you there. But
that's all I had to say, actually.
I think that's, I could tell. I've just worked you out. Well done. Look, I think what we do is put two recommendations. We draft up two recommendations now that we can debate later in the day when we get to debate. And one will be to fund the Upper Clutha business case, and the other will be to fund the continuation of the extension to the ferry service.
Sure, thank you.
I think we'll just put both those in, and then we'll rather than debate and but thanks very much for your guidance on that issue.
Oh, can we put that 500,000 back in so that we can see it now?
Yeah, again, it would be very good to put those figures in. It's good to see now, but it'd be very good to put those things in as we tick off the recommendations as we go.
Gosh, that's quite a lot of money.
Which 500,000 is it?
Oh, I just donated it.
Can I just ask a quick question on ferries while we're on ferries?
Sorry, Derek. Yes. Yep.
Look, it's just around the if we chose not to, just given Richard's explanation about the what's potentially coming on and what we've seen in the media with gondolas, if we chose not to, do we have any understanding what that would do to the current business as it stands? And also, is there any legal recourse back to the ORC because of making that decision to suddenly not fund?
No, so what we're saying is we will continue with the existing level of funding. So the ferry service that we contract at the moment will carry on. The proposal through the long-term plan was to increase the frequency of those ferries. That was removed through the long-term plan. And the decision for you this afternoon is whether you do want to increase that frequency or actually just leave it as it is. So the existing contract will stand and there's no legal recourse there, Gary.
Cool. Okay, so was our Queen's QLDC Mayor a bit mistaken then in what he was asking for yesterday around it? That I sort of detected that he was also thinking the ferry may be going as opposed to not continuing at the current level.
Oh, look, sorry, as I say, I didn't hear, but we have communicated. I can go back to the CE and Mayor and just make sure we explain the current contract arrangements clearly. But the intention is that the existing services continue.
Okay, no, great. That's I'm happy with that. Thank you.
Comfortable? As comfortable as we can be. We are on any other issues or amendments to those recommendations? One we have not discussed to date is the funding of are we comfortable with the funding of the the large scale environment fund through a $2 million rate? General biodiversity rate? General rate?
Catchment management rate.
Yeah, which is a general rate. Yeah.
Sorry, I did hit my hand up and you said you were going to
come. Sorry. On that last topic. Apologies.
Sorry. I just want to, and I think I'm just slow, but the total mobility thing that we did in our meeting about total mobility, I just want to check before we get off transport, what that is looking like and the risk we had of having a deficit. Because we're carrying forward some money from total mobility, totally get that there's a review happening, but I just want to make sure that we are dealing with this now.
So as at the end of April, that deficit is at 260, which is slightly higher than what we had forecast. So we had approximately 225 was the resolution, and it's at 260 now.
And I've flagged it with the regional South Island manager of NZTA. It's a issue for a number of councils. So we've asked them to go away and consider it from the NZTA end and potentially have discussions with the ministry, but we are yet to hear back on that, and that's in terms of making additional co-funding available for that total mobility service. At that moment, we're bringing forward some of the funding that has been approved in years 2 and 3 from NZTA. So until we get an answer on that, I'm satisfied that there's no need to make any changes at this point, but there will be a paper coming back to council on that in the next year when we get some answers from NZTA.
What is the worst case risk on those that you immediately put that we could be carrying a deficit of the 5 to 6 year?
262 is the forecast.
260 at this point.
But that's for this year.
Yeah.
And then that would be exacerbated in next year as well, potentially,
Correct.
if not worse.
Yeah, but one of the resolutions we had in conjunction with that was to come back to you with a plan of how we would manage that reduced funding pot over year 2 and 3.
Look, I just want to say, we had some very compelling evidence at the RPTP how important that fund is, and it makes a huge difference to a lot of people. So I just, but I want to make sure that we haven't lost sight of that. The only other question is, and look, it's fine even in budget for things like business cases, but it also has a budget, presumably in staff and capacity issues, and I just want to make sure that we're ticking that off. So the capacity issue at the moment for staff and PT, both we've got a real call for better comms in that space, and I'm saying that we can do that internally, and that may just be a reorganisation, but I want to make sure we're covering it. The capacity for doing a business case internally budgeted, along with the other things that we may want to plan for Oamaru and Balclutha, where did we sit internally budget-wise?
Our staff will be stretched to deliver all of these things with the current FTEs.
I think it's really important we acknowledge that. And if we wanted to put more capacity in there, it's whether we can get that capacity, because I know transport and staff are short, but is there, what would that look like if we had to do it well?
I would have to go away and think about what we've got and what skills we'd be lacking. I couldn't give you an answer today. I think we'd need to think about what a structure would best deliver that work program.
Thank you.
Councillor Methven.
Just then going back to the Eco Fund and the funding of the $2 million.
The scale environment fund.
Sorry, the Environment Fund. I've got my words mixed up.
That's all right.
Fund.
Could be a surplus, or it could be.
Yeah. So just a question to Nick then. Nick, instead of rating for this $2 million fund in this next financial year, would it be possible to fund the fund from our reserves? In essence, $2 million out of the investment fund. And what impact would that then have on the rate increase?
Yeah, so first part, can you reserve fund it? Yeah, you can. It's up to you. It's probably not dissimilar to, for many years when the Eco Fund first got set up, the 300,000 that was reserve funded for a number of years, and then I can't remember when we did it, whether it's this LTP or the previous one, it switched to be rate funded. It's one of those things about, once you've got something ongoing, you probably want to have ongoing rating for it rather than just an ongoing drawdown of your reserves. It's neither here nor there whether you say that it's coming out of the investment fund or reserve, general reserve. In this case, you'd reserve fund it. It just comes out of the general reserve. So it would mean then that if you did all of it or some of it, you won't be balancing the budget and you'd have a deficit. But it's certainly something that council's done in the past. As I said, with the Eco Fund, it was done for a number of years. Other things as they've been established, initially the first year might be reserve funded and then the rating kicks in tiered to, get up to that point over a number of years. So it's really simple answer is it's up to you.
It's simple impact.
So I'll run that through
6% return on the investment fund would be a cost of $120,000.
But like I said, you don't need to take it out of the investment fund. You'll just effectively, you'll fund it out of reserves. Yep.
Out of our cash assets.
Yeah, out of the general reserve, which as you pointed out, will be getting other one-off things
Nick,
going.
I'm just
into
going to
it.
stop you there. I think we need to do some quick homework on these numbers. I think we need to have them very clear in the picture, absolutely. So I'm just going to ask, I'm going to take an adjournment now. I'll move second to Councillor McCall and we'll take an adjournment.
We do those numbers, it's 500 million and 2 million.
We'll ask that. So we'll take an adjournment to do that work, which could possibly be 10 minutes.
Take 10 minutes or 1 second.
Yeah, I moved. Second. All those in favour? Aye. Against? All right, thank you, Richard and Nick and team, for going over those numbers and checking. And I believe, Richard, you've come, or Nick have come with an option. What we're trying to do now is formulate a recommendation that we can take to this afternoon's, and we'll put that recommendation and debate it from there, as opposed to having further discussions now. So your thought, and again, you brought this up, Tim, so it just will go to Nick, and Nick will explain now what the concept looks like, and if you're agreeing with that, then that's a motion. Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Nick.
Hopefully this isn't going to crash on it. It just gave me an error message. So question was reserve funding, or and it was also mentioned withdrawing from the managed fund. The way that this would be done would be through reserve funding, because a withdrawal from the managed fund is effectively just a cash transaction. We treat all of the return on the managed fund as income for offsetting rates. So it's just the actual withdrawal would be around aligning the amount of cash, so that if we reserve fund the $2 million, then we don't have $2 million in cash. So you could do a withdrawal to ensure we've got cash. Could just leave it. We typically don't align the two, because our cash flow is generally pretty good until we get to the end of the rating period, through heading towards October, and we can actually manage that just through short-term borrowing, rather than than necessarily having to have the cash permanently available all year. But anyway, if you put the $2 million, if you were to take it out of rate funding that's currently in and reserve fund it, it would come out of, it's in this column here with the environment. So we would minus the $2 million off. That would, you can see there, that drops the overall rate increase down to 6%. So it decreases rates by just over 3%. It's spread across all the districts. It's all capital value based. So you can see there, 837,000 of that goes to Queenstown, 626 goes to Dunedin. The other bit that you could then consider is, if we went, at the same time, effectively, we will take the $2 million out of the managed fund to top up our cash. So we've actually got cash on hand. Did that calculation effectively, that is taking, that would reduce the return we would get on the managed fund. So we'll have $2 million less, and the return budgeted for next year is 6.35. So there would be an offset of additional rating that would be required, because you wouldn't have that return of 127,000. So the net impact of all of that would be the rates increase would be 6.24, which is 2.9% down on the 9.1%.
Yeah, and Nick, that would be with the proviso that would be for a full 12-month period, though. That if you took so if you took that the $2 million out, once you had a cash shortage, that would be less than the 127,000.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, thank you. And I have a hand up, Michael.
Gosh. Yes, can you hear me?
Gotcha.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, cool. That's exactly the point that I was going to make, and I was just wondering, if you took it the day before, Nick, you took that $2 million out the day before the end of the financial year, so what would that be, the 30th of March 2026, then you wouldn't forego that 127,000, would you?
No, you wouldn't, but it would be 29th of June.
Oh, sorry, 29th of June. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's my birthday. Okay, so just running that one through, then that would mean we aren't intending to spend any of that money, are we? It's just simply setting up a fund, correct?
Well, no, we would be spending that money because if we took it out of the managed fund,
Yeah.
we'd be effectively putting it back into the bank account.
No. What I mean is there are no projects that we are funding.
Oh, you mean for the $2 million in the managed fund, in the Enviro fund?
Correct.
Yeah, that's a question for.
There is still a decision to be made to allocate that funding. There is nothing that has been identified yet. So there's a paper laying on the table at council around the process. That's coming back to the June meeting. But at this stage, there are no projects identified specifically for that 2 million.
Michael, to me, this is simply setting up the mechanism how we would fund those projects if and when they come ahead.
I understand that, but what I'm trying to work out is the financial impact, the real financial impact, if we were simply to withdraw that money from the managed fund, put it into the bank, and what that cost would be. And we've just seen some of that. But I'm also thinking, Nick, if you took that $2 million out of the managed fund, you'd put it into a term deposit for almost 12 months, wouldn't you too? So it'd be gaining some revenue from that as well.
No, like you said, probably the way to do it to avoid losing the 127,000 is you leave it in the managed fund till as late in the year as possible, and assuming that we hadn't run out of working capital cash, hopefully you wouldn't. That's my computer. Hopefully you wouldn't need to, but no, we wouldn't withdraw it and put it into term deposits because the 6.35 that we're the assumption for the return on the managed fund is way higher than what we would get on term deposits.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Kate?
All of this is raising two issues for me. One is that if we're breaking people for money, we should try and get it out the door at the beginning of the financial year to make the most effectiveness of that money rather than at the end, which is just something so the Eco Fund is problematic in that context. The second, that was a statement, not a question. Just something to pose and think about. Could you please do the maths on this? If we decided in the same way that we decided to pilot the CAP rollout, what this would look like if we started off slowly and gently and just checked our processes were right for allocating this money at 500,000 as opposed to the 2 million.
Rate funded or
well, I'm happy.
Because if you there, and I had a chat to Kevin in the break, there's two decisions to make here.
Indeed.
One is how you fund it.
Yep.
And then the second one is how much do you want to allocate in year one. So LTP 2 million, that's the placeholder in the budget. There is an opportunity for you to debate that. But this is specific to how you choose to fund that within the budget.
So let's be consistent just to make it easy. Do it at 500, using the CapEx at the using the.
So I'll just take the interest portion out. So at the moment, what we've done there is taken out, and it doesn't matter, it's just taking $2 million worth of rate requirement out.
Yes.
Doesn't matter whether you could say that's because you're reserve funding it or you've removed all the spend. What you're proposing, if you wanted to leave $500,000 in there and still rate fund it, you would take out 1.5 million.
Yeah.
And so that would effectively, that would be the impact of leaving 500,000 remaining in there as the spend and leaving it in as rate funded. You would be at 6.82, so a decrease of 2.3. I think as Richard said, there's other options. You could go reduce the spend to that and then still reserve fund the 500, in which case you'd get that whole $2 million benefit that you had before.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I absolutely appreciate those two questions, but I think, can I just, I don't know which staff member I should be asking now, maybe it's you, Richard. The capacity, given that we've laid the project on the table and the risks of getting the process right, given that we're still doing some strategic planning around this. Have you any advice to us on the quantum?
On the quantum?
Microphone, please. I'm happy if you defer that till later.
Yeah, can I think about that?
I'd rather you thought about it.
Right, so if I am correct and listening to councillor Metham and now with the figures provided, are we considering that we, is the intent to remove the rating component of the $2 million and to reserve or manage fund that the final amount we decide to allocate to the large scale environment fund? So that's around the method, and the actual quantum we will be what we decide at on the 25th.
So if we did it out of the reserves in the first.
No, that's sorry. So I'll pose that first. I'm just checking with I'll come back to it. So is that, have I struck that correct?
Yeah, I'm happy to read out a motion if that's what.
Yeah, let's hear that first, I think.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tony.
The motion is that in the 25-26 annual plan, the council fund the $2 million environmental fund from reserves instead of rating.
That's the intent of that. We can massage that. Yep.
Massage it.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Kate.
And so the effect of that will reduce quite substantially the rates increase this year, but increase markedly the rates increase next year.
Not necessarily. Why?
Sorry, if the year 3 is still going to be rates funded, and because we've reduced it this year by taking out both, it means that it proportionately goes up substantially more the following year. Am I correct, Nick? If everything else stays equal.
Yeah, if it's rate funded, you're switching from, you're adding a $2 million rate increase to year 3. I think.
Yeah, so that increase is not realised
only
this
that.
year, it's realised next year, but it would only be, again, that's a decision to make next year. But you're right, it will result in an increase next year.
So it's all about the comms, that I'm just being careful that we're reducing the rates increase this year, but proportionately it makes it look far worse next year.
What proportionally no, it will be an exact figure of the $2 million. But what I will say is the eco fund, that depends how you look at figures, Kate, the eco fund was established this very way, where we reserve funded it. So I think we've got precedents to set, and it'll be really good to establish it, then go into if the community so wishes, into a rating model.
I understand all that.
So, comfortable? Oh, I thought you were pushing it. No, you're just touching it. Oh yeah.
Just 2 questions, and the first one is just around the planning work around the environmental fund, and just asking where that budget sits, assuming that's all still funded, and are we comfortable that there is enough funding there to get this environmental fund right in the timeframes that we've laid out, which is a separate question to the one we're discussing now, but it would be good to know, to have comfort in this process.
So the answer is yes. So that's been included in Libby's budget as part of anticipating that this fund will commence from next year.
And so the timeframes, how much pressure is there in those timeframes, do you think?
But there is definitely some pressure, but staff were working towards having a process in place to enable the funding to be given out. So within next financial year. That depends on decisions still to be made by council.
But assuming that would be ready to go with whether it's 2 million, whether it's 500k, would be ready to go to get that out to the community. And then the other one was just around at what if we did decide to start at a lower amount, like 500k, what's the process for bringing it back up to, so presumably years 3 and 4 and onwards, and the LTP is still 2 million. So would it just be next year we decide to either not change that and go right up to the 2 million, or next year bring it down to 1 million and then the next year do 2 million? Is that?
Yeah, so look, what I think the advice would be just to make a decision for year two as part of this process. It would sit in the budget at 2 million for year three and be picked up as part of your deliberations for year three and through next year's process.
Yeah. Which that also is a LTP year.
No, you've got one more.
Oh, you've got one more.
I'm just thinking about the comms around this, as well as how we signal that, you know, if we are intending to still have it at 2 million when we're ready, right, that this isn't, we're not planning on implementing a environmental fund that is lower total, we're just starting slower.
Yeah.
You have some thoughts on that, and when we go into debate, it'll be really good to expand on those. So I think you're on track there. Absolutely. Lloyd?
So by reserve funding, it probably gives a bit more flexibility in a startup year, and probably takes the pressure away from a desire to try and spend the full amount rather than.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still comment
See where I'm
on
coming
Kate's
from?
question from before, and I was landing somewhere similar, Lloyd. I think we have heard and we have seen. So we've heard through submissions, and I know conversations that happen outside of formal submissions, the value that this fund would add to the numerous community groups who are operating in this space across Otago. We know it's very tight for them currently because of the loss of other funding options, particularly through central government. We've also discussed that ORC doesn't need to always be the one that steps in and fills the hole left by central government. It was certainly one of the key considerations from the table. There's also been some discussions around how effective the outcomes are that we are getting when we are distributing money to the community for actions on the ground, which is, you know, again, part of what this fund will enable us to do. I think where I would get to is that if you put 2 million in the budget, that doesn't need to be a target for the spend, but it enables us to have that in the budget should we decide that the quality of projects or investments that we make within the community achieves outcomes that are consistent with our high level strategic outcomes, CAPs, biodiversity strategies, etc. However, if we go through that initial process and the view of the council is we do want to start this slowly, doesn't prevent you from just distributing 400, 500, 600 and having a lesser impact on reserves through year two with a view to building it up. And that could be through a feedback process with those groups that might apply and sort of talking about what changes we might like to see to have it better aligned with our strategic outcomes and therefore lead to further investment in out years. So my sense is you are better to leave a higher amount in there to give yourself the flexibility to make those investments. Now, and if you are agreeing to reserve fund it, there's no rate impact from doing that. But it still gives you the scope as we progress the process, the discussions with those groups, and then some recommendations for council to consider to actually give out less in year one and develop more of a work plan to fund further in future years. So that's probably where I'd land with that quantum advice, Kate.
Thank you, Richard. Comfortable, that's where we'll leave that matter. Now we've had some scribbling on pieces of paper over there, Rewilding Pines, Councillor Somerville.
Right, I
legible scribbling.
Even scribbled much. We heard yesterday from submitters, and there were submissions about that, about how urgent and important funding for wild and pine control in Otago is. Now, I'm well aware that the Regional Council does not have the resources to fund all of that work ourselves, but I guess just some discussion over whether we would see a good case, good reasons to increase the current contributions, which I see is $2.41 per property or rating unit that we are charging a standard charge across like that. As I say, I'm uncertain. I can see a real need for it, but I can also see that we can't fill the whole hole that's there that's necessary, but perhaps we can do something very useful, and I guess further discussion amongst others would be good.
So if I could put a point to that, have you considered you know, whether you're saying a small increase, a doubling, or, and to trial those figures within, and get a feel of your impact, both to the people that are doing the job and also to ratepayers.
Yeah, and look, I know that we haven't consulted on where that would go, and I'm wary about making decisions on the fly, as we say. On the other hand, there will be established systems for where that funding has gone in the past, and there certainly can be good groups, but there'll be others who have ideas on the level of what we should be looking at as well.
Thank you. Councillor Laws.
Yeah, I just want to flag that we need to talk about the managed funds scenario. Councillor Somerville says we can't afford to do what we need to do. And we are going backwards in many of the pest destruction areas within the Otago region. Wilding pines will be one, Lagrasiphon and the fight against that, rabbits, but there'd be many, many more. We can't afford it out of rates, but we're sitting there with a managed fund of over $20 million, which could be used for project management and to really deal with some of these issues. And then once we've dealt with them, to be able to manage them reasonably, rationally, and within a rating base. So where do we get opportunity to discuss that?
Richard.
Yeah, good question, Michael. I think we know there is an immense amount of work out there, and the longer it takes to do it, the more expensive it will become in the future.
Correct.
This is a fairly significant issue, and my sense is, I mean, it's, you know, the classic council answer is it's a long-term plan issue, but that's 2 years away. So we would just need to think about other options to bring that back. I think this one would meet the significance test and require some consultation with our community. If we were talking about taking large amounts out of a managed fund that effectively sits in the general reserve and investing that into biosecurity, and it's a conversation we would want to have with the community. So I think that it probably lands as a specific resolution to request that council go away and do that work, and bring back some advice to council to consider, and it would be outside of the annual plan process itself, because I think you would find it would fall into that, it would meet that significance test and require us to consult.
Nevertheless, is it a potential for us to discuss at our June meeting as a policy matter? Because you will need to fund the investigation that you do within financial.
Yes, yeah, good point. Good point. So yes, we could bring some initial advice around what that piece of work might look like and what it might cost for you to consider as part of the June meeting.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
But in the meantime, we could decide to increase the contribution that comes from that existing wild and conifer rate if we chose to do that.
Yeah, and test this with Amanda and Jasmine, but I think if you're talking, you know, moderate increases, then you are okay. Where we are talking a wholesale removal of money to fund a large scale biosecurity operations, if it's multiple pests, then it's in slightly different territory.
Yeah. So would it, so the quantum of that, would a doubling of the, is it 242 to, does that meet the significance test?
484.
$3.40 per rating unit. I don't think so.
We could examine that.
The spend that's in there is 250,000. So that's the total spend, and then it just gets divided over the number of rate units. That's why it's the 240,
yes,
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But
the question is, if we put that up to $500,000, are we comfortable in terms of staff advice that we're not getting into a space that it is something we should have consulted on? I mean, my sense is we're okay. You know, that is a very moderate increase, and it is in large part, you know, we've also identified some decreases today. as well, so it's just part of that overall budget management. So I'm fairly comfortable.
So with the, Gretchen, sorry,
was just gonna say, it's probably debate, sorry, but, yeah, I think if we were gonna put in a relatively small amount, because this is a big job that needs done, and we heard in a submission that it was, compounding 33% per year, that's big. Would we actually be having any impact on the overall program? I think I would rather see from staff and proper analysis of what was involved, come back and do so we would understand we're targeting specific things based on our strategy so that we're protecting threatened species in this, whatever. Something is going to make a difference, and what is that something? I don't think I'd like to just throw money at something if it's not going to make a significant difference. So I'd rather have that analysis than decide now.
yeah, right, so what I'm thinking, we put a recommendation through now that we can go into debate later this afternoon, and a very good point raised.
And Alan, can I just, so you're looking at the total spend increasing to $500,000?
I didn't have a figure in mind, that's
Well,
been
that's up.
suggested, yep.
I'll second that.
Because we're just crafting these for the purpose of debate. this afternoon.
That's all this is
It'll
for.
still
This
need
is,
a mover and seconder when we get to it this afternoon.
Roy,
Is there another option around, way to have additional funding into that wildly flying area, is to do it via the large scale environment fund, and where you're actually funding a specific thing rather than just having a pot of money that's got no home destination. Just noting that there's large scale wildly flying control in the environment fund this last round, so that's probably the place for that decision to be made in my mind.
yeah, I think that forms part of the debate, and I think that's a very valid point. Are there any other, so I'm not cutting that short, I'm simply saying we'll go ahead with that shape of recommendation. Any other amendments or additions to that recommendation that councillors have in mind to debate this afternoon? And if you have, sorry, go, yep, sorry, Elliot.
I don't have a specific proposal, but I'm just wondering if we might want to talk about transport planning. I know I've talked a lot about transport, but
I think I'm waiting for a figure.
you're still waiting on a figure for that, so I think that might still be something to discuss.
We can't give you that figure now. We need to have a bit of a chat and think about, rather than just pluck a figure out.
So that's the specifics around that is wanting to know whether we have sufficient in budget for traffic planning. Yes.
So we have a number of pieces of transport planning along with just the standard program, and I think the question from Elliot, and Kate's raised a similar question, is do we have sufficient budget in the transport planning space to be able to deliver all the things that we're now committed to? So that's just something I'll have a chat with Anita about over lunch.
Good. And thank you. And so we had one other, there was one other email you received from Gary, actually, that
a scenario from Gary, and it is around staff numbers. So we had a similar resolution through the draft annual plan, and this one has got a few more details on it. So councillors have got a copy of this, but just in terms of people listening. So the scenario that Gary has asked us to consider and think about what the impact would be on the draft annual plan is to reduce staff numbers, and that would be over 3 years to a cap of 300. So effectively looking at 20 per year through natural attrition or position efficiency restructure at the discretion of the CE, and effectively looking at a reduction each 6 months over that 3 year period. it's on the basis that, so clearly there would be a saving in staff costs, which includes some overheads, and the figure of 150 that Gary's used there is the one that we provided through the draft annual plan discussions, and we would apply that here. The other assumption at the end is that BAU would be achieved. So effectively the work program as it stands would still be completed, so no reduction in level of service or reduction in work being delivered. But special projects using consultants and specifically sourced temporary staff. So we can provide, and Nick can provide an update around those staff numbers, assuming that we were reducing our headcount through attrition over 3 years. The real challenge here, in terms of the overall saving within the annual plan budget, is estimating the consultant or fixed term staff resource required to continue to deliver our BAU program. So certainly appreciate the thought in terms of us being able to do that, but it makes the total saving over the 3-year period incredibly difficult to estimate for the purposes of a discussion around the table today. I'll let Nick talk through what the staff cost savings would be in terms of years, be a smaller saving in year 1, and then the saving would occur over years 2, 3, 4. And then perhaps just let some discussion or questions of clarification from around the table at that point.
Michael's got his hand up.
Michael?
It was just a question in relationship to that issue, but should I wait until after Nick has talked?
Yeah, that might give you some clarity. Yeah, thank you, Michael.
This is sharing. This is a bit small, but it's a pretty simple calculation. I think Gary sort of basically outlined that in his email. But in simple terms, we effectively budget 150,000 per FTE. So the proposal is basically to go from the current 360 down to 300 over 3 years. So if you're doing 60 times 150 is 9 million. The proposal was also to do that over the 3 years, so evenly, so it would be 20 FTE per year, and then further to do it in even amounts every 6 months. So effectively, you're looking at reducing 10 FTEs every 6 months for the next 3 years. So 10 FTE is 1.5 million. So you could go, well, that's 3 million for year 1. But of course, and Gary also noted this, that assumes that every 10 is removed from day 1 of that 6-month period, which it actually works the opposite, that it takes time to work through that. So you could go, if you were looking at the annual plan year, 20 FTE, it would be 3 million, but that's not going to occur over, immediately. So you're probably likely to, have that only realise half of that 3 million, if even that. And then, as Richard said, the really complicated point is if there's still work that has to get done, you've got to factor back in with how you're going to outsource that and bringing in other contract resource. So again, it potentially mitigates the dollar savings. You might reduce the FTE headcount, FTE number, but you're potentially not going to see the actual overall dollar spend reduced by anywhere near that same amount.
So I just wonder, and I know Gary wasn't 100% well yesterday, but I just wonder whether I just want to check that I have interpreted that email and proposal correctly, or whether I haven't quite got the delivery of BAU/projects exactly right in terms of what was being proposed. So maybe there's an opportunity just to ensure I have done that right, or potentially not, before we went into questions.
Yep, you have got that right, Richard. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Gary.
Excellent. Questions, comments?
Yeah.
Michael, thank you.
I wonder if you've underestimated the cost of staff savings, Nick. I'm looking at the annual report from 2022, 2023. Sorry, I don't have the last one. And I'm looking at employee remuneration, which is on page 148. According to this annual report, as of the 30th of June 2022, so that's 3 years ago, all but 16 staff, what it says, were earning over $120,000 a year. Sorry, I've got it the other way around. My apologies. Yeah. Sorry.
Our staff will be very happy to hear that.
Sorry. Half the staff.
And they are just running to the pay office to get the back
Yeah, that's
pay.
right. Okay, what on. Half the staff were earning over $100,000 a year.
That's wrong.
No, so what is the number of employees that we currently have? So this is 2022, okay? So what are the number of staff currently we have as of May 2025 in the salary bands, please? Is that possible to provide that information?
No, not immediately. We'd have to go away and pull that information out of the.
Okay. Well, an easy way to do it would
not,
be,
not for today's debate.
okay, but an easy way to do that would be able to do the 2024, wouldn't it? As of the 30th of June 2024, you've got that information, yeah?
Yeah, that's it.
And then
Yeah,
simply add,
it's in the annual report.
yeah, that's right. And then simply add the 5% salary increase to that, which was budgeted. Yes?
Wow.
And then on top of that, you've got all your overheads anyhow. Your ACC payments, your KiwiSavers, all health benefits, whatever. You add all those as well. So Nick, are you averaging, when you get to that 150, are you making that an average salary of all your current staff? And does that include every type of emolument that staff receive and benefit?
Yeah. So that what you see in the annual report with those the earnings, that includes all the other things like KiwiSaver and those. That's part of your remuneration benefits. Yeah.
Okay. It does.
So that's already in there. And what as Gary said, and what we've talked about here before, when we do very just back of the envelope planning, our assumption is an FTE is 150,000. Now it'll vary depending on the role and all sorts, but what we do is salary salary and all those employment benefits like KiwiSaver, all of that. We assume 100 and we assume 50,000 for overhead, which is all the there's the back office reallocation of property, computers, HR, all of those sort of things get reallocated. So that's where we get the 150 from. And we when this has come up, I haven't gone away like yesterday and gone, I'll double check that's the number we should use. It might be 160.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But it's not going to make it's not going to be 200 or 250. It's not going to make a huge difference.
But the other cost that you've mentioned is consultants, which on average is, anything between $8 and $10 million a year. So that's what you pay on consultants currently. And that's a big expense as well, obviously. We're not addressing that in this, are we? You're suggesting that number may increase if you decrease the number of staff, are you?
That's correct. So the in terms of the overall consultant spend, we certainly do address that when we set the budgets, and we've had through the efficiency review that direction to ensure we had a step in procurement to consider internal resourcing first. So that's been action. We actually had at the LT on Monday. The way that Gary has proposed the staff reduction is to continue to deliver BAU using consultants or fixed term contracts as we need to. So the high likelihood is that, or not, definitely, it's not a high likelihood, definitely we would end up with higher consulting costs to ensure we were able to deliver every piece of work in the plan. We just can't quantify that.
So what I don't have though, and what we haven't consulted on is the estimated cost of consultants for the 25 to 26 year, Richard? Do we have a sum for that?
We would be able to find that for you in terms of the draft budgets that made up the annual plan in terms of the cumulative cost.
Yeah, because if we're going to discuss this as a motion, then you need to put the consultants' costs in. And what I'm interested in is
and I think that was my point, Michael, is we are unable to quantify these costs in this short time frame to enable you to debate them today. There's no way I can make that assessment over the forward work program, because I'm also just making wild assumptions about which roles would be discontinued through natural attrition. And so while I understand it, and we appreciate there was also a debate through the draft annual plan process, it's just not possible for me to give you information that I have confidence in terms of the debate today, other than the staff costs piece, which we can have some confidence in that information. What I can do is we can look for what are we currently budgeting as it stands in the draft annual plan for our operating expenditure in the contractor consultant space.
Okay, and the other one that we've missed now, but has become very current. What's the cost of our partnership with Mana Whenua? Our annual cost of our partnership with Mana Whenua. What have we budgeted for the 25-26 year? And again, it's an oversight on my part, a governance oversight, probably on all of us, but I don't know what that sum of money is.
Yep, so I can give you a high level summary for the 2025-26 year. We have budgeted 150,000 in partnership funding to Okaha and the Taumarama down south, and we have got $271,000 in pre-agreed work plan funding. So that's specific projects. And I don't have the breakdown of that in front of me. And there may be other money, small amounts in other budgets, but that's the high level breakdown.
Okay, thank you.
For 21,000.
Plus other monies.
That's good enough.
Tom.
I guess I'm going to phrase as a question. Page 148 of the Otago Regional Council annual report for 23-24, there is a table showing employee remuneration and bands going from less than 60,000 all the way through to 340,000 above, with all the employees against those income bands, salary bands. All the information is there and current. Is that the type of information that you can do a calculation on with those bands? I presume they're much the same now. I mean, instead of sort of allocating 150,000 across everybody, can you use this table?
So the reason we use an estimate is that on balance, that reflects our workforce. We don't know where those roles might disappear from. So there's nothing to be gained from doing more of a specific analysis of that, other than confidence that that number that we do use, and it is an estimate, and we use it for a number of reasons when we're talking about resourcing and staff costs and those sort of things, is the appropriate number to talk about what the saving might be. In reality, it will vary depending on where those roles were removed from over time, and we would start to get visibility of what the actual numbers might be.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Lloyd.
He was maybe fuel, I think.
Yeah.
Is that discussion finished?
Yeah. I understand, because I missed you earlier on.
Yeah. I'll see back. So it's number 8 on my list. So, and it's one I haven't really brought up, but just the way things are progressing, we're getting closer to our ratepayers and we're working in catchments. So basically what my question is there the integrated catchment management process, is it fit for purpose, or do we need to beef it up to be able to speed up the integrated catchment program to enable non-regulatory, a greater non-regulatory activity from the council? Is that an area that I was looking at areas where we perhaps could be investing more in? Because it seems to be, that area seems to be pretty shy right at the minute, but under pressure, and there's probably a lot of a significant work program in front of us.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was wanting him to do before, but yeah.
Right. So Lloyd,
I can come back on that.
we'll come back. I just need to close off the, so we did have the request from Gary around that information. So, and I apologise, Gary, because I went to Lloyd, that go back to another matter. So Gary, are you comfortable to either craft a recommendation for later this afternoon, or that's probably where it is actually. Either you're going to craft a recommendation for this afternoon, or a recommendation to do further investigation down those lines.
Yep, I'm happy to craft a recommendation if that would be helpful. I mean, it's a challenge to do the consultant estimate, and I completely understand where Richard is coming from with how hard that would be to come up with a number, but I do think it would be less than employing FTEs. But I'm happy to craft. I mean, by my calculation, unless my calculator is wrong, this is $54 million annually of expenditure. So it's worthy of some consideration. So I'll craft something if you like and send it.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Gary. Now back to Lloyd with the answer from Richard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the ICM program is resourced as agreed for the LTP. So it's set. We do have a limited amount of resource that does limit the speed in which we can roll out the catchment action plans and the different catchments. There is a paper coming to the next Environmental Delivery Committee to talk about that program, and it is still, I would consider it a long-term program. If council wanted to invest more in the ICM or speed up that process, there would be additional resources required, be they staff or consultants, in order to activate multiple catchment discussions at the same time. So at the moment we are limited. So that's really, that's the advice. We can roll them out as the resources allow. That's really a conversation for the table.
I guess would you see an advantage of rolling it out, investing heavier, rolling it out quicker?
Yeah, look, yes, but it does come with challenges when we are juggling multiple catchments and at the same time. So there are always pros and cons of trying to condense large programs of work and do multiple things in parallel. In terms of where we're going with ICM and the ability for it to inform funding decisions and target investment around the region, clearly there's benefits to having more plans online sooner. I think, yes, there are advantages. I think there are also challenges with trying to significantly increase the speed of that program.
Well, I really understand that, and I guess this comes from probably some indication from government that the use of a catchment based approach to a lot of non-regulatory stuff. It seems to be an area that they're concentrating on, and I'm a little bit concerned that if that progresses too far, it's going to force integrated catchment management plans or catchment management plans that are not of the same standard as what I would believe that a full process that we're doing. So we may end up going too slow that our plans become irrelevant.
Okay.
It's comfortable. I'm just being mindful of time, but happy for quick comments because I want to shut at 1:45 for half an hour for lunch. And I just want everyone to review that we've captured the general tenor of the recommendations that should be proposed.
Pardon?
Were you looking to move something for
No,
ourselves?
it was just creating a discussion.
There's, what I can say is the Environmental Delivery Committee has a specific paper on that. So while it's not in your plan, it will open an avenue to have a good discussion about the current investment and what that allows in terms of the speed of rollout.
Thank you. Kate, you had something to add?
No, I'll leave it
Sure.
with Eddie.
Gretchen?
I can leave it as well.
Andrew?
Yeah, so it's a question for Anita, and it relates to the consultation through the RPTP on community transport and regional connectivity. And the question is, there's some work to be done, investigative work in those two spaces. Have we got adequate funding for that to occur?
That I think.
So this isn't along a similar line to Councillor Wilson's question, and what we know is we've got two pots of money over year 2 and 3, but we need to actually work out what we can deliver for that and when. So there's certainly capacity to deliver some of the things, but the list has grown a bit longer from the last couple of days. So I wouldn't be able to confidently tell you whether there's enough to do all of the things. We need to go away and work through that.
So that information will come back at a late for the 26th of June meeting, or because do we not need to deal with something today if the desire is to complete that work for the 25-26 year, we would need some indication today from the table.
So I might have a chat with Richard at lunchtime about how we deal with that.
Perfect. And we can subsequently add that. No problem. Good. We'll break now to.
One quick question, please. Process question of you, Kevin. Are we intending to do all the debates this afternoon and make all the decisions and that will be the end of deliberations? Is that correct?
The intent, I'm not going to speed anything, but the intent would be to certainly start that process at 1:15 and going down that list and debate each one as we go. So I can't determine how long that will be, and I don't want to put a clock on people, but coming up, and we've got the port coming at 3 o'clock. So we'll have 2 3/4 hours, and that will depend on the debate and the desire. The debate. I know we'd all want it all finished quickly.
1 3/4.
Yeah, 1 3/4. Yeah. But that's the plan, and if not by 3 o'clock, we will adjourn until 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you. See you 1:15. I'll move that we adjourn until 1:15, seconded by Councillor Noon. All those in favour? All those against?
I'm going to stay.
You're going to abstain. Well, you don't get
Are we
lunch
all going to
then.
go out the same people this afternoon, or we?
Oh,
Who are we short? 1, 2, 3. Jasmine. Oh, I'm gonna get getting feedback. Just so I can get the motions from me. Yeah. All right, thank you. I hope you're all refreshed after that break, and again, thank you for your input over the last few hours. We will return now, and I'll just firstly ask Kylie to bring up on the screen the draft recommendations that we have. And I think as a point of starting, then we will start on 3 under directs, and we will go straight to A. Again, we have had. Sorry,
You want
Alan.
to start on numbers 1 and 2.
If you could drop those down onto the screen for us.
Absolutely. Okay.
I think we could do that because they're not going to affect the next part. Yeah, I understand exactly where you're going. But I think we will. Let's start from the top and work down through. So we have a recommendation 1 that notes the public feedback on the Otago Regional Council draft annual plan 2025-2026. Does someone move in that direction? Elliot, seconded.
1 and 2 together.
Happy to move 1 and 2. Seconded is the same. Debate. Councillor Wilson was seconded on both. None. I think I would just like to add a comment to that. I will, and that is, it's exceptionally important that we attract feedback. We have had feedback from our public. We've listened, we've taken the time, and we really appreciate the support that they've given us over this process. So further than that, the mover and seconder are comfortable. I'm going to turn this off.
I will say, thanks to the community for their feedback. I think it's really important that we do note that there is a great level of both discomfort with rates increases out there and with a feeling that we won't be listening if we to some of those submissions, and that is concerning. And I hope that that sets us up to really consider how, in this process, as we deliberate on how we spend other people's money, wisely and effectively, and ensuring that people are getting a benefit from it.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Carried. I'm just waiting on the screen to come back up. Right, we have A, B, C, D, and I think E further down, which I would intend to take as separate recommendations. And so if we move to A, which is reserve funding $700,000 of the land and water regional pound expenditure be carried forward from the 24-25 financial year. Councillor Wilson, happy to move. Seconded, Councillor Metham. Discussion.
I just think it's really important to let people know if they are listening. This is a means that the 3.25 million that was otherwise needed for in this budget next year will actually be 2.5 and is a savings, which isn't as clear in that part of the resolution.
Again, a very valid point, and that's around the comms that we put around with this. We've got very good intent with it, so it's critical that we do have that communications correct. Further discussion, debate. I'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
B, rate funding the additional expenditure in public transport Dunedin. We have a mover for that. Mover, Councillor Somerville, seconder, Councillor Hall. Just going back to the original motion, I know the intent of that.
This is to confirm that we would rate the entire Dunedin operating expenditure and meet our commitment to budget for balanced budget in the PT space.
Yeah.
Correct. Questions? Debate? The mover, Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. We know public transport is very important and ORC's got an important role. We established the principle and through quite extensive discussions of a long-term plan that operating expenditure for public transport needed to be paid for in that year. And this is ensuring that we are doing that. And it is important we carry through with that. Thank you.
For your opening statement, any further debate? Councillor Wilson.
I absolutely agree that we need to rate fund this in order to have a balanced budget. I am concerned though that we have, through our fault, not the residents of Dunedin, had an anomaly here and hadn't accounted for some expenditure that we've already imposed, and this is a catch up. It's our mistake. We've done that we've already got a substantial deficit in this budget, not necessarily from anyone's fault, but it just makes me concerned that this is sending it. It's not a message. It's making it very hard to get above the line and move forward with PT in Dunedin and seeing it as a good investment when we could be measuring this better. I personally would have preferred, had I managed to get some support around the table, for a alternative funding mechanism, our fuel rates for this, because it isn't the residents' problem, but it certainly couldn't be reserve funded as in put away for another day either.
Your councillor, further debate? Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I just want to acknowledge, I guess, that originally in the annual plan or in the long-term plan and for this year of the long-term plan, there were other improvements that have fallen out just because that was probably the best. It covers a number of stuff, but a number of improvements to the services that we weren't able to fund given the lack of co-funding elsewhere. And so even though there's additional expenditure based on some unplanned or unbudgeted costs, there is a lot of areas where we're not spending money where we had planned to. So just want to acknowledge that.
Thank you, Councillor Weir. Any further debate? Councillor Noon, Councillor Methven. Councillor Noon first.
I'm comfortable with the recommendation. I think overall, if you consider it's the budget for transport is $40 odd million. This infrastructure fund, of course, is an important part of that, but it's a relatively modest amount, and by using it to offset, seems to be a logical thing, and it's a difficult space to be able to determine how that will be offset. Oh God, you're joking.
It's just B, isn't it?
Oh, sorry.
Right, funding, digital spending.
Sorry, I was back the chair back.
You and the rest of us.
Councillor Methven.
Well, I just want to point out that bus fares have been heavily subsidised for quite a while. The $2 bus fare has been incredibly affordable for any of the users of the bus service, and I think that it should be noted that the subsidy is through NZTA and the ratepayers, and we should be encouraging more of these ratepayers that are paying for the buses to use them.
Thank you. Summation, the mover. Thank you. All those in favour? Against? Carried. Now, with your indulgence, the next C and D are probably C is moved because of D, and I wonder if the proposer of that motion, Councillor Robertson, are you happy to move both those? Have to so move. A seconder for those. Councillor Noon, your opportunity to talk, Richard.
Yeah, we've had quite a bit of discussion on this already, but yeah, we as council had a resolution that we wanted to invest in infrastructure, prioritising particularly some health and safety issues. So the intent of that resolution is captured there in terms of staff continuing with the work plan to address that. So yeah, we've talked about that at length. I don't need to talk about it further, but yeah, I'm happy to move those two together and also to use that underspend is clearly outlined there, offsetting the operational costs deficit as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Further debate? If not, we'll put those motions. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Thank you. The second of that was Councillor Noon. We have E on the advice from our CE that requests that $500,000 be removed from the regional plan component of the policy budget as an identified saving from the current regional policy statement program. I'll move with that. Councillor Wilson, a seconder. Councillor Noon. Debate. Questions? Any questions first? Sorry. Questions? Do you wish to talk to that?
I just think the staff, the considerable work that they've done in mediation, that has got us to the point that we don't have to go through a long-winded and expensive environment court proceedings. It's an easy answer and an easy thing to do. It also reflects the good way that all parties have entered into those that mediation, and I think all those community members who have also been there doing that.
Further debate? Great work from staff is what I'd like to add. Well done, and continue working down that vein. Very well done. No further debate. I'll put that motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Have I got everyone online? Good. So we go to F. Yeah, we
To move it.
Do you have a question before I ask this next recommendation, Councillor Laws?
No, I was going to move it.
All right, good as gold. Well, I'll read it now. Agrees to fully fund a Wanaka Upper Clutha public transport business case to be funded from general rates at a cost of $250,000. You wish to move that, sir?
Thank you.
So a seconder for that. Councillor Wilson, second. Debate. Question first, sorry, my apologies.
I just wanted to ask around, might be a matter of wording, I'm not sure, what moving this motion would mean in terms of where this would sit alongside the other regional stuff we're looking at, Oamaru to Dunedin, Alexandra to Queenstown, Balclutha to Dunedin, that we've committed to. Does this sort of jump the queue, or does that just sit in that pool of those other transport?
So no, it doesn't jump the queue. The expectation is that we would commence this work in year 2. We'd have to identify how long it would take and so on to complete a full business case, but we've also got a commitment to commence those other projects. So none of them will take priority. The intention is that they would all commence in year 2 and hopefully be concluded, but we'll monitor that update PATC.
I guess the other question was just around, are they also considered business cases, or is that a slightly different?
No, the other ones weren't proposed as full business cases through the long-term plan process.
So,
Yeah, they're investigations.
right. So in terms of the sort of end product,
Different-
this would
different
be,
outlooks.
yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions of clarity?
Just clarity.
Yeah.
We're using the term year 2. We're talking about the annual plan for 25, 26.
Correct.
What is year 2? Is that
25, 26.
it is
Yeah,
25?
LCP.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Cool. Any further questions? I'll ask the mover if he wishes to have part of the debate now, start the debate.
We've talked a lot about this already. I just wanted to point out that of all the wards in the Otago region, the greatest growth over the last 6 to 7 years has been experienced in the Wanaka Upper Clutha region. They have asked us for the provision of public transport, which is currently available in Dunedin and in Queenstown. They've been subsidising and continue to subsidise public transport in Queenstown and in Dunedin. And all they are asking is that there be an investigation in providing them a similar public transport service, and it is not a large sum of money.
Further debate, councillor Robertson.
I do support an investigation in this area. The community has asked for it. They've been really clear. We've had submissions on that from Community Board and also from QLDC. So we need to support that, I think. However, I think if we go into this knowing that there's no way that this will be funded partially by the government, and how much that might cost then to fully fund it ourselves, we need to have a really good look about whether spending $250,000 on a business case is really what we need, or do we need to spend the money on some other way of investigating what makes best sense that sits perhaps outside a normal constrained business case type model, to get the best for this community in terms of what outside the box thinking could be thought of for a public transport scenario for this area. So I'm hoping that the business case doesn't constrain us from being able to get the info that we need to be able to do that. I do think, however, I don't know because I'm not an expert on business cases and what would be assessed to meet, government parameters as they're assessing that. But I think as well that the business case could potentially be quite useful in having those discussions. As Councillor Laws has pointed out, this is an area of highest growth in the country. So perhaps the models don't work at the moment, and perhaps we need to be lobbying pretty hard that in this area the current models don't fit. And having that discussion with some facts behind us may be very useful. So I'm going to support it.
Thank you, councillor Robertson. Further debate, councillor Weir.
Yeah, like I had before, I do have some small concerns. I guess firstly around the fact that this will, I assume, require a bit of changing in the RPTP to reflect this if we do fund that, and that's before we've even adopted the RPTP. And then also as Councillor Robertson pointed out, it's something that's unlikely to be co-funded, the actual implementation of a service under this current GPS but I do think that we need to be ready to implement stuff to when we do have a different GPS, whether there's an election next year, but even under GPS can change even within the same government and be updated. And so I think we need to be ready to go, and the business case is a first step to do that. The Upper Clutha community has been calling out for public transport services. I do think we also do need to think about, in the near future, especially if we are looking at a business case, the Wanaka to Queenstown connection as well. But very happy to support this motion as it stands.
That's weird. And do you have a comment to make now?
I'm after you as well.
Yeah, look, I'm happy to support this motion, but we need to be very clear on the parameters we actually set for this business case and ensure that the business case will align with NZTA requirements, that if we are fortunate enough that their funding models will change, that we are actually in the hunt. So it needs to be designed, the design of it will be critical to ensure the greatest value from it. Councillor Wilson and then Councillor McCall.
I'm really happy to support this. There's been huge community demand for it. B, if we don't plan for it, that has some terrible consequences on subdivision planning and the layout of Wanaka, and it just becomes harder and harder, as we heard in the RPTP hearings. Third, we have, and local government generally does this badly, we don't get ourselves in a position to advocate well to the government for them to set the right policy, because we don't have the tools to tell the government that they actually have to be doing something different in their GPS. And I'm absolutely sure that the GPS will change, even under the current minister. It is very clear that the government invests a lot in public transport and understands its value. It also understands the huge constrictions of road space in the whole of the Queenstown Lakes District Council. And I'm sure that the advocacy of the Mayor and the councillors up there will see a different approach for that area. Wanaka is just going to be Queenstown in waiting if we don't get some planning around this. So that ends into the point of making us being more competent to do advocacy to the government. I think this work is absolutely required.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any more debate? Councillor Noon. Oh, sorry, I've got Councillor McCall first.
Oh, yeah. Councillor Wilson pretty much stole my thunder, but I think it's really important that we recognise that it's been a real strong message come to the council table that there's a desire for this to take place. Fail to plan is a plan to fail. So I think at the end of the day, we've actually got to take a positive step and actually put our foot forward and say that we are the key organisation around public transport, and we are prepared to do our planning ahead of implementation, and we're prepared to invest in that so that the towns can be planned for public transport rather than being add-on aftermatch. And I also think it's, well, at the end of the day, I was against this when we a year ago, but I've probably changed my mind, because we have to be very positive in our approach and just promote stuff so that we can actually make progress and have functional urban areas, which in turn does have offshoot effects into the rural areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Noon.
Yeah, just 3 points. One is that this fits in towards supporting community transport, and as Elliot and Kate will remember, we got a lot of feedback across Otago in general from many submitters about what currently exists and what could potentially exist going forward if we had a little bit of support, if they had a little bit of support from the Otago Regional Council in the Wanaka or Upper Clutha district. This community got together, and I think they surveyed their community initially, and they ran their own trials several years ago. So they've showed that initiative, and I think that that's only appropriate that we get alongside them and take it to the next level by the business case.
Thank you, councillor. Further debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. We now go to H, which is approves. We go to G. My scribbles on my piece of paper have put me out of order. I must be going to talk about this one. G agrees to fully fund expansion of the Queenstown ferry services as proposed in the long-term plan at a cost of $500,000 to be funded by the Queenstown public transport rate.
All right, just a quick correction. This would have been my transcribing to call. It's 400 because we talked about some revenue coming in on top of the expenditure.
Correction. That will be
Net cost.
yeah. Of $400,000 to be funded by the Queenstown public transport rate. Have we a mover in that direction? Have we? That recommendation fails through lack of a mover and seconder. So we will now go to, I must have preempted that, we now go to H. We have had H added, which is approves an additional resource, one full-time equivalent for the year, for year 2 to support public transport planning. I assume in reading that is a 1-year term.
I'm happy to move, but I will ask a question just to make sure we've got it sorted.
Yeah, so just to confirm Kevin's question, so it is for year 2, so it is fixed term role to support the transport planning program following today's.
Have it moved by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Ware. Question, Councillor Robertson, Councillor Merkin, second.
First of all, just want on the public record that we need an extra FTE, and whether it is for a 1-year period or it's ongoing, and also whether it's for public transport or whether it's for what the CE just said, which was transport planning. Sorry, 3 questions.
Yep, and I'll ask the CE to answer those.
Yeah, just trying to remember all 3 questions. I'll start at the end. So public transport, that's the name of the budgets.
Oh, right.
So effectively it's the broader transport planning piece, but sits within the that's, I mean, we could remove public or not, it'll sit within the budget that Anita oversees in the transport team. The assessment, because of the additional significant business case that went in today and looking at the other workloads that are committed to through the regional cases, and then starting work on the regional land transport plan for the next round of assessments, in order for us to meet all of those requirements for delivery, the assessment would be we don't have enough resource.
Infrastructure.
The infrastructure stuff, which is a combination of planning, but is overseen, delivered by the operations team. The first question around full year versus, permanent FTE versus fixed term. My preference would be to include it as a fixed term initially, so we could do a proper assessment. So the priority is to get the business asset investigations underway while we can still maintain our business as usual around the regional land transport plan and anything else that might fall out of a potential regional deal, if that was forthcoming for Queenstown Lake Central Otago ORC. Once we understand that, we could bring back more information in next year's annual plan around the need for a permanent role or not, but I'd rather not commit to that at this stage.
Subsequent question.
Oh, yeah,
Councillor Wilson.
just so having it as an FTE doesn't constrain you, then it's a chunk of resourcing that could be spent on a consultant to do a
Yeah, so the normal, it'll sit within the staff budget, but if we can't recruit appropriate people, we would look to fund that as a consultant role. So that it's flexible in that sense. It could be a fixed term contract or a consultant.
So, in light of the questioning, I wonder if the mover and seconder would approve a slight alteration to it that approves an additional fixed term resource, 1 FTE for year 2 to support.
Yeah, fine.
And it's just, it sits in the budget and we make the appropriate decision as to how we resource. And the
Yeah.
planning team, it doesn't need to be any more specific than that.
Lloyd, question?
And you, I've got a question. My question is to the CE. Is there, because we're looking here at an additional FTE, is there scope within the wider business that this additional work could be transferred to from FTE from other areas within the organisation?
Yeah, if the instruction was to find that through a saving elsewhere in the business, then I'll go away with ELT and we will look to make that saving. So that's absolutely an option if that's the preference of the table.
I feel that raises extra questions.
Yes, indeed.
It's
different.
I guess having been told earlier that we know we have just agreed to extra work, that us with the business case and other things, other pressures on the transport team did need extra staffing, extra resource for that. Yet it could be found. I suppose the implication, if trying to find it, does that mean other areas of our work programs will suffer? And where I'm coming from is, if we need this resource to do the work that we're asking of council staff, then we need to provide it. But on the other hand, if it can be provided without that extra, then let's do that. So I suppose it's back to you, perhaps, Richard.
Yeah, so we were asked through questions this morning, given the focus on additional transport planning, do we have enough resource specifically in that team to manage the workload that will be expected from them to deliver the multiple things that are sitting within that? The answer is not in the current budgets, and so therefore the additional fixed term would give us certainty within that budget. We have an overall budget of 360 FTE. 358, whatever it is. So we can manage to that bottom line over the course of the year. And the way the conversation, my preference is probably just to withdraw it, and I'll work with Anita and we'll do it that way rather than opening up a conversation like this. I'm comfortable we can manage it. We were just responding to those questions this morning about specific public transport planning resource.
Thanks.
So with that explanation, I will turn back to the mover and seconder of that motion.
I am happy to withdraw it, except for it has, because I haven't said what I wanted to say earlier when I could have, but I was leaving for this. I've then been no opportunity to explain what I think is I'm frustrated that I haven't had a chance to speak to Transport generally about it, but I am happy to withdraw on that advice. I think it's a really unfortunate reason to withdraw our support for public transport.
Thank you. And the seconder.
Movers.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just, yeah. Thank you. Motion H also reserved. Agrees to allocate up to $2 million to the new large-scale environmental fund for year 2, with the final amount determined through the fund allocation process. So moved by Tim Meffin, seconded by Councillor Weir. Questions?
I do just have a question, and that's, do we need to move this, given that's what's already in the long-term plan? It's not any additional money, it's not.
Just,
We can't, like, it doesn't
It makes
make a
it
difference, but
It makes it very clear.
Yeah,
It's
sure, okay.
reinforcing what, no, I think,
But it is just confirming what's already.
yes, it is confirming, yes.
I suppose for clarity, it does clarify the expectation of the community that it's not a guaranteed 2 million subject to that process.
Further questions? No, we'll enter debate. Moved by, oh, sorry, you have got, sorry, Michael, I've just missed your hand.
No, it was to enter the debate, not to have a question.
Right, it is debate now. Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, let the move, you need a move and a seconder first, don't you?
Yeah, yes, we've already done that, and that was councillor Meffin moved it and councillor Weir seconded it.
Okay, well, I'll let them speak first.
So you can speak now or retain to the end.
I'm
Yeah.
supporting this motion. I mean, it is planned for, it is already part of the plan. It has gone through the process of planning. It is replacing some of the site-led improvements that have happened, for instance, the Tomahawk Lagoon and Lake Turakina. So it is a continuation of that sort of environmental improvement. I'll have more to say in the second motion, but that's why I'm supporting the motion.
Thank you. Debate,
Yeah,
Michael Laws.
thank you. This is really bad policy making. And extraordinarily premature. We're going to rate in the 25-26 year at a time when many of our ratepayers and residents are still encountering significant financial difficulties and balancing their own households and their own businesses.
Point of order.
Yep, point of order raised.
Sorry, Michael, I think perhaps you might have misunderstood it. The second motion is in regards to funding this through reserves and not rating.
Okay, but this is the motion. Yeah, okay, that's fine. I've still got more to say. That's not really a point. Okay, it's okay. It's all right. No, let me carry on, please. It's premature to start to create a fund when we actually haven't got a project to fund. There isn't a project. We are simply creating money that at the moment is either earning interest or is going to come from ratepayer pockets. When we haven't established a project or projects, when we haven't even established the criteria as to how to allocate the fund, and when we are not considering a much wider question, which I think has been raised today in our discussions and questions, as to how we use the managed fund and look at major biodiversity projects in our region. Now, it seems that why I say it's so premature, and I think it's bad policy making, is that I'm delighted to enter a conversation with my colleagues today. I think it's been very informed. But we have established that we have major biodiversity issues in our region, and how we fund that is a part of the same question. What do we do? To set up a separate fund when we haven't addressed that particular issue, as I said, seems premature. And given that we haven't got any project in mind and we haven't got any criteria established, this needs to wait until the bigger policy discussion. That's why I'll be voting against this today.
Thank you, Councillor Robertson.
I think it's erroneous to say that we haven't got projects. We had several that submitted to the annual plan that said that they would support this and were projects that would like to apply or be considered in time. And they're quite substantial projects, some of these. Doesn't mean they would approve them, and also that we haven't got a way of allocating that money. We have been through a whole range of workshops. We made some progress last week and what would be the principles that sat behind allocating that money. And we've heard this morning that we would have that finalised by at least Christmas time, could be earlier. So we will have that all in place and we could allocate in this coming year. So it's not correct that we've considered this long and hard, whether there is a gap that could be funded with $2 million worth of projects. $2 million to go towards projects. Actually, there's a much bigger gap, and we've talked about some of that today with wild and conifers, but also with biosecurity, biodiversity type projects. So, yeah, I am right behind this one, and I'm right behind the investigation into funds from the managed fund for this year. Makes a lot of sense financially because of some of the things that Councillor Laws has talked about. We're not going to allocate on the 1st of July. We're going to be allocating towards the end of that year, and we need to ensure that we've given really good consideration to what projects we fund. And he's probably right, there could be less than 2 million that come in year one. So I think utilising those funds means that we can keep money in the bank until towards the end of the year. So all of that makes a lot of sense to me. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm supportive of there being a large scale environmental fund, but I'm not supportive of the 2 million in the first year, and I appreciate that the motion says up to. But I actually think we need to start slowly. Part of the reason is that I also think we're looking like we are the answer rather than partnering and looking at engagement for other funding, which concerns me. Even if we had this money by December, we're still not going to get it out, all of it. I think in 6 months. And to my mind, if we get money in, we should be getting it out the door as quickly as possible. So I'd rather start slowly, test our systems, test the how it happens, and actually provide for a saving whichever way in the first year. It is a big increase this year, and I am mindful of how hard it is for a lot of people out there. So I think there's opportunities if we get this right, then we'll get other co-funding and everything if we just take it slowly and don't overdo it in the first year.
Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, and then I've got Councillor Kelleher. Yep.
I'll take Gary first. Thank you, Gary.
Thanks very much. Look, I support the $2 million fund. I just don't support it in this upcoming year. This is a very different fund to our Eco Fund. I think like the Eco Fund, it will be oversubscribed by groups that are desperate for continuation from where they currently are and they've had funding reduced. I think, though, these will be better established groups than we see through the Eco Fund, and what we will create are quasi sort of factions or functions that will want continuum be way beyond 1, 2 or 3 years, and will be back to us every year saying, well, your money will be wasted if we don't carry on. So I think we've got a lot to put in place. I don't support using the nest egg at this stage, which is the managed fund, to have in place the 2 million for next year. I think we've got to find a way that this is not funded by wider Otago in general, across the general rates. There will be ways we can do that, but just not through our managed fund, which provides a good rate of return against our ever-increasing rates. So I think we need a year you look at the length of time that it takes for the Eco Fund to run through a process to hand out its money. This is a different animal, a far greater and more detailed animal with far greater risk. I think we need the year and be ready to go as of the 1st of July for the following financial year. So I won't be supporting. Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. This is confirmation of a decision we had already made in the past. A lot of work by staff and councillors have gone into the concept and the process of this fund. And we know there's a lot of well-organised groups out there with good projects who would be able to make use of this. And that's part of the point, that we would be working with well-organised groups already in the community. and able to draw on their resource and their ways of finding co-funding for their projects too. It is, if this goes ahead, and I very much hope it will be the establishment of a resource that will be very, very important for Otago's environment in the long term. If this is established and continues, it will be, I might say, a very important part of the Otago landscape. Thanks.
Councillor Sutherland, Councillor McCall.
I'd just like to say, I'm very much supportive of it. I think if we're going to listen to our community feedback and listen to our submissions, we need to be supporting this to the hilt. For my score sheet, it's 12 for and one against, and they were very positively for the 2 million 2 million large scale funding. It's a clear mandate, in my opinion, from our communities to go ahead with this. I do recognise that the fund is not ready to be distributing funds at this stage, but in saying that, the process is in train and it's going to take a little bit of time, but we'll get that all happen, and it's going to happen like the target. It's going to happen sooner rather than later. The motion is for up to 2 million funding. It's not committing the full 2 million funding today, although that may happen. But it gives us an ability to actually fund some of the many projects that have come through our doors that have got good governance, that have got good outputs, that are from proven groups. There's plenty of opportunities for it, and one of the councillors who's already spoken has mentioned about why are we saving all this money for a raining day? Our environment needs it now. So I think this is a start, and we can start creating interest in the area and show a positive attitude that we are here and we are keen to look after our environment for our future generations. And we still need to have that greater discussion around, there are some big issues. Do we need to go further on this and do some perhaps a one-off investment that has been mentioned this morning? So I just and the other thing is the next motion that really goes in line with this is to be funding it from reserves, because at the end of the day, it's not going to be 2 million leave the coffers tomorrow or on the day one. It's going to be something that's going to be towards the end of the year. It's going to have probably a minimal impact on the actual cost, and by the end of the year, it's a startup phase, so it's like a bit of an investigation, get things going. It's feeling your way stage, and then by the end, once we get through the year and we've got a couple of projects or systems under our belt, then we can actually look at perhaps going to rating for it or looking at other financing options for it as well. But it's important that we actually be proactive and get the show on the road and show commitment to our communities to the environment. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, look, I support the fund as well, but I think the idea, and Kate's alluded to it, stepping it up over a period of years, if we start off with a lesser amount, if this one fails, I would certainly support that approach.
Yeah, Councillor Weir.
Yeah, look, I think we've seen the successes of eco-fund projects and site-led work, and they are really incredible successes, both with biodiversity gains and the community engagement and the value of money that they present to ORC, and I think we should be taking as many lessons from that as we can. I think, as we've established, if this motion is voted down, it's still going to happen unless a motion to the contrary is successful. So that's kind of the opposite of premature. But given that's already planned for and committed to in the LTP, we're fairly far down the process of planning how the system will work, and we've heard from staff that this will be well and truly ready to go in this annual plan year. There are plenty of projects out there. They've told us they're eagerly waiting for this fund to be in place. We don't have to give out the whole 2 million the first go round if we don't feel like it's ready for that. I think this gives us that room to do that, but funding it fully from year two gives us that flexibility to do that if there are enough good projects ready to go and we feel comfortable with the system. Very happy to have a conversation about where that money will come from, as the next motion will do, but just very, very keen for that money to be there funding this large scale environmental fund that, you know, really presents an option to transform our environment over the next few years. Cool.
Before I hand back to the mover of the motion, I'll just make a couple of comments. We are still to confirm our delivery model and our eligibility model, which is destined to come to us in the June council meeting. The thrust of this, in my mind, is to get the very good people that are currently doing the doing to enable them to do more doing. And that's something that we as a governance table have often talked about, that let's get the doing done. So, and it's very poor English, but at the end of the day, I don't see this a commitment to flying out $2 million willy-nilly into groups and activities that aren't meeting our strategic direction or the direction of our community. This is putting a placeholder, so when we have completed our delivery and eligibility model, we have available for the correct projects to advance and go forward. So I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the support for this motion. Look, it is well underway. It's been part of our planning for some time. The processes to establish the fund and administer the fund are being worked out. By having it in the year two, it's enabling access to the fund as soon as possible. And I think that we want to be able to support winners who are out there. We've had submissions from Predator Free Dunedin who are doing an exceptional job, and it's people or organisations like that that could benefit from this fund. I don't think we should overthink it. Stepping it up, yeah, that's fine. We don't want to force it on anybody. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, I will put the motion, but we will take a division because I sense that there is differing opinions in the room. So we will take a division. If you could do that, please.
Councillor Callagher,
Against.
Councillor Laws,
Councillor Laws, for or against?
Opposed.
Chair Malcolm,
For.
Councillor McCall,
For.
Councillor Methven,
For.
Councillor Noon,
Against.
Councillor Robertson,
For.
Councillor Somerville,
For.
Councillor Weir,
For.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
Okay, I have 6 in favour and 4 against. Motion's carried.
The motion is carried. Moving to J, which is agrees to fund the new large-scale environmental fund from reserves instead of rating for year 2. Questions?
Just checking the net effect of this, because I think we need to be very wary that this will have a net effect in year 3 of the long-term plan, that the income will reduce. And so it's not just year 3, but the income, and I don't think that's covered off. The income generated in the 127,000 reduction will have to also be carried through to year 3, because that 2 million will be out of every year thereafter in the long-term plan. Is that correct?
Well, the resolution as it's written just says reserves, doesn't say about withdrawing the cash from the managed fund. So what I'd be doing through the year is just managing the cash flow, seeing where we get to. The typical way that we manage the cash flow is through short-term borrowing for a few months before rates come in, when our cash sort of depletes. If I thought that there was a need to withdraw, say, 2 million or another amount from the managed fund, I'd potentially just propose to come back to council, later in the next financial year to do that. But doesn't mention the withdrawal of the cash from the managed fund, and it doesn't mention the subsequent decrease in interest revenue. So at this point, I'll just leave it out.
I'd like to move.
We have a mover, councillor Metham, seconded councillor McCall. Debate. Councillor Somerville.
I'm well aware that we can't go on forever taking this from reserves. On the other hand, there have been good arguments and good discussion where there is a case for doing it in the first year only. And on that basis, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Further debate?
Yes, please.
Councillor Laws.
Thank you. Listen, I just want to keep on flagging the issue that I think we're putting the cart before the horse, as I said in the previous motion. There needs to be a much bigger discussion here, which we could do easily this year, on how we used a managed fund of roughly $25 million to meet the major biodiversity needs of our region, including pest management, control and destruction. And by us making this decision today, we all know why we're making this decision today. Let's be honest. It's to keep the rates down in election year, because we know that next year and the year after and the year after that, if this resolution's passed, $2 million will be added to the rates demands of the Otago Regional Council upon the ratepayers and residents of the Otago region. And there's a lot of politics involved in this, but not a lot of policy. So although I understand why you're doing it, let's be honest about the motivation. And also let's be very clear here that we have $25 million of which we have overrated the regional community of Otago to build that managed fund over years, and yet we have some extraordinarily pressing biodiversity needs in our region, which we are in some cases neglecting, in other cases underfunding, in other cases simply ignoring. And if we think today that creating a $2 million special projects fund, poorly and ill-defined, by taking a little bit of money out of that managed fund, is addressing any of these issues, then we are fooling ourselves. So I want us to go back to the big picture here and the big issue, which is we have major biodiversity failure in our region. We have major threats happening right now. We've got a managed fund sitting there doing absolutely nothing. And we're pottering around creating this little special projects fund, poorly defined, in election year. It doesn't seem good policy making to me.
Councillor Kelleher, you have your hand up.
Yes, very briefly. The only reason I can support this motion is the wording of the motion, in that given the previous motion passed, so we have to live with that, then I don't want to see it as a burden, a further burden on the ratepayers in year two. I don't really agree with the funding it out of cash flow and then drawing on the managed fund, because the managed fund is providing us a very good return at the moment, better than what we get from Port Otago. And I think we need to do a lot more work on where this money is going to come from across those investments rather than the ratepayers. So I'll reluctantly support this motion. Thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Robertson.
Just, yeah, thanks for that, and the strong commitment towards biodiversity and biosecurity in our region. That's come through in debate already. Agree with that. Also, thank you to councillor Laws who came up with this idea actually of using the managed fund. And emailed other councillors about that as an idea, rather than a harebrained idea that we came up with today. Actually, yep, well done. You were thinking outside the box. That's good governance. From my perspective, as I've said already, it would be prudent to do it this way rather than rating people straight up for this in the first year, as we've talked about already, as we establish the criteria and as we determine how many groups there are in year one or group that meet our criteria. So yeah, I think this is a prudent way of doing it. And actually, as has already been pointed out, it doesn't mention the managed fund, it mentions reserves funding, and there's numerous ways that we could manage that. And agree with a lot of what the previous speakers have said about the importance of that fund. But yeah, there's flexibility here. It's not forcing us into using the managed fund. Thanks.
Thank you, councillor Weir.
Yeah, I think again, this fund is not a new thing. It's been in the LTP from the start. But in terms of where that money comes from, I think it can be, whether it's for this or anything else, easy to come up with an argument why we should dip into reserves or even go into deficits in other areas and stuff. I think we just do have to be clear where that line is. And I think there is a good case for it here. So in terms of using it in the first year to sort of establish the fund and then turn to rates to continue it. But I'm also cognizant that you could probably make a good case for a whole lot of things. And we certainly can't be funding everything through reserves. And so maybe I'm just reflecting Councillor Laws's point, perhaps that we do need to have a wider conversation at some point about what the point of the our reserves are, what the point of the managed fund is, at what point are we comfortable taking money out and stuff, because it is there for a reason. It is giving us a return, but there is no point in it just sitting there forever without us using it. So cautiously supportive of this motion, but keen for us to have a wider conversation around how we do use that money.
Thanks to the council. We're back to any further debate. We'll go to councillor Metham.
Thank you. Look, the importance of this fund is the key to this. In putting in motion, it was established to avoid this fund being cut through some sort of rationalisation in order to reduce rates. It's not a motion that is influenced by elections coming up. That was planned in our long-term plan 18 months ago, at least. And in terms of the wider conversation around funding biodiversity, yep, that's a great idea. And these wider conversations take place in workshops and planning sessions that everyone's welcome to attend. So, Michael, you're welcome to come and be part of those workshops. There's some misunderstanding around the dollars and where it comes from, but look, it's about cash flow management. And there is a certain amount of misunderstanding around how that's done here. Nick's the expert. He's comfortable with this. Where it comes from, who knows? But it's part of our strong reserves that we have. The IRC is a very financially strong organisation, and we will be showing at least a $6,000 surplus in this financial year. So I'd like to allay those fears and put the motion.
With that, I'll put the motion, and I will do a division again, just for clarity. So I'll allow you to do that again, Kylie. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
For.
Councillor Laws. Councillor Laws,
There, carry on. We'll go back to him.
Chair Malcolm,
4,
Councillor McCall,
Or
Councillor Methven,
4,
Councillor Noon,
4,
Councillor Robertson, Councillor Somerville,
4.
Councillor Weir,
4.
Councillor Wilson, Councillor Laws.
Abstain.
Thank you.
Abstain.
9 in favour, we've got 10 here, but 9 in favour, it's passed. One
Motion
abstain.
carried. I would just like to take this opportunity to have a slight adjournment to talk to the CE about some figures that I want shown to this stage. So someone please move in that direction. We're doing. Councillor Wilson, Councillor McCall, those in favour.
Michael, you
Can't hear.
back live again. Thank you very much, and thanks for the CEO and Nick doing that for us. What we've done on our spreadsheet is, after the decisions we have made to date, is updated the position of the budget, of the annual plan.
Okay, so got in there, I've just been keeping track of the ones that have been decided. So there's $500,000 decrease in general rates with the RPS cost decrease. Wanaka business case, general rate goes up 250. The ferries and the planning FTE, there was no impact. There was no impact on the amount of the Enviro Fund because the 2 million was already in there. There is a $2 million decrease in rating from reserve funding the Enviro Fund. So those, effectively those three, the negative 500 plus 250, negative 2 million are in there. And that's leaves the overall rates increase with those three things in is 5.66%. So that is a decrease of almost 3.5% on the 9.1% that we had. Yep. And you can see here, this column here compares to by district and by what those ratepayers are. The change that they see on average across the various districts, that's to what they saw at the annual plan deliberation position. So most of the districts are going down. The percentage is going down. The ones where you do still have an increase in dollars and percentage are just in the Dunedin PT and the Waitaki area that gets Dunedin PT as well. But like you look at Dunedin PT there, that it's now, they've got an increase of $7.91 as opposed to that was up to about $22 and when you were just looking at the amount that had the 9.1% increase.
Thank you. First question, Councillor Laws.
Thank you. So what are the figures for next year then, as a consequence of the decisions we've made today? We've added $2 million in, that's off the...
Michael, that is for the 25-26 budget year.
No, I know, but this is year 2 of the long-term plan. So what's year 3? What are so as a consequence of the decisions we've made today, what are the figures for year 3 of the long-term plan?
Well, that will actually...
We'll have to update that post today's decisions, and that will form part of the pack in your June meeting when you consider the annual plan.
Oh, okay. So you'll put that up for June. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor McCall.
I just really briefly to Nick, is this, because I see on the sheet you got 250,000 side widening lines as well?
Yeah, down the bottom. That's just if that's still to be, hasn't been debated or
it's not been calculated up.
Yeah, so it's not included up above. It's just sitting there to be, and in fact I'll delete it out so it doesn't.
Is that a question,
Won't make any difference. Yeah.
Just checking, this has got all the changes in PT generally in there as well. I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I can't see the figures in there, sorry.
Yeah, it starts from all those. So it starts from the 9. These are the changes from the 9.1% increase. So it already includes the stuff that was given out last week, which is the PT changes, the $700,000 reserve funding for RPS that was already in the 9.1%, and nothing changed out of that. Those earlier resolutions you did effectively just confirmed the 9.1 position, and then you've made these changes subsequent.
What we will carry on. Probably the most important letter in the alphabet, K. We go on to motion K. Recommendation K, and I'm going to Councillor Summerall. You have it, and that motion is. I'll just read that out for the audience that is listening. Requests an increase to the uniform targeted wilding trees rate collection from $250,000 currently to $500,000 total for year 2.
Happy to move.
Happy to move, councillor Somerville. A seconder for that. Seconder, councillor Noon. Questions? You may start the debate if you wish or hold.
Happy.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Look, we heard and we read from submitters on our annual plan what an urgent problem wild and conifer control is in Otago, particularly in parts of central Otago. Now, this proposal here to add another $250,000 to the ORC's contribution to that is a drop in the bucket compared to what's required. And so I certainly recognise there's a need to have a look at a much bigger thing and working with those groups to see in what way the ORC can have a role in helping fill up that largely empty bucket, I guess. There are so many there are a number of really well-organised community groups already working on this, and I would like to think that this modest extra contribution for the ORC is able to assist them in their work. Though I do, as I say, recognise that it is far, far from solving the whole problem. Currently, we rate $2.41 per rated property per year for this. So this would be adding another $2.41 to that charge for each rated property. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I was very keen to second this or even move it at one stage, but I'm really concerned now by the double up. Now, maybe I should be inviting the mover to say that this is to exclude wild conifers from the large scale environmental fund. The problem is we now potentially double dipping in that without that. I am very supportive of the work of what the wild and control parties are doing. The Saperi report made it very obvious that any investment has a huge return. And this isn't just on our landscapes, it's on our water quality and quantity, and it's on a whole spectrum of good. But again, we haven't quite got our policies right. And so I'm really concerned that we're now doing a whole lot of things, which will inevitably also have some ramifications for our rates. And I came here wanting to be reducing our rates take and finding efficiencies in other ways. So I'm in a quandary. I support this work and I do want to see them have ring fence money, but I'm not quite sure where they're going to go on the environmental large scale environmental fund either. And I'm concerned that only because of the order that we do these things that we're now looking at rates rises, which is not where more than I wanted to see us get to, which is not where I want to be. And it's difficult when you do these things in an order that we have done. Otherwise, I would have happily supported it, in which case I probably will anyway. But I just think we need to be slightly more careful, guys, about what our rates. Finding savings is fine, but then spending that money in other ways isn't. We just have to start being slightly more careful.
Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I think if you want to support this increase due to the urgency of some of the issues that are happening out where wilding pines are a problem, and it's clearly getting our money's worth through that. But I do want to echo some of what Councillor Wilson is saying around thinking about how this fits into the large scale environmental fund that we have funded. And I do just think I don't think we're quite there yet in having that conversation, but I do think that needs to be part of the discussion further down the line when we are planning the system for the large scale environmental fund, and whether or not that would include things like wilding pine, and if so, what how do we want to manage that given we have this separate rate. And so I think that it's a conversation that that needs to be had ahead of that system coming in, but have to support this for year 2 release.
Andrew?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. As I was saying, right tree in the right place, and these wilding conifers that occupy some of the most outstanding landscapes that New Zealand possess, and certainly Otago are in a very fortunate position in that regard. I think that once again we've got great partnerships up and running where a little bit of money has helped to empower community groups, volunteers, and made a small amount of money go a long way. So bang for our bucks, a really good deal. However, if we continue at the $2.41, we're not holding the line, and it's pretty clear that these rapidly growing conifers will eventually take over more and more of that beautiful landscape. So I think it's the right thing to do, and to get alongside these community groups, and it also may be a signal to the government to show that we're serious about playing our part in terms of controlling wilding pines.
Councillor Laws?
Listen, I hate playing the Jeremiah here, but I'm carrying on doing it. This is just such bad policy making. You've just spent $2 million and put it in a special environment projects fund. Cool. There's $2 million now that you're going to take out of either management fund or reserves or something to do something. Why would you then want to go and spend an extra $250,000 on wilding pines when you've got a $2 million fund to draw from? That's the first thing. The second thing is, I'll go back to this whole issue. You're considering and sort of you're favouring, I have to say, wilding pines over a number of biodiversity threats that exist in the region. This one's just, flavour of the week at the moment. Wilding pines, but I could point to rabbits, I could point to lagrosiphon, I could point to a variety of mammalian pests and water and aquatic pests as well. None of those are going to get funding. We're not doubling the funding for lagrosiphon control, for example, but we could and should. We've got $2 million. Why don't we draw the wilding pines from that $2 million that you've just allocated? Could someone explain that to me? And then I'll go back again to saying the wider issue here is utilising, I would think, the managed fund to actually attack in a major way all the biodiversity needs and threats in our region. And that's the conversation we need to be having in the next 12 months. So I can't support this. If you want to allocate 250,000 out of the 2 million, go for your life. But then adding on top of that doesn't seem to make any sense to me at all.
Thank you, Councillor. Further debate? Councillor McCall.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. The nod.
I think it's a good initiative. I think it's a good thing to signal our commitment to the wilding pine issues, but I just wonder whether it's the right mechanism to do it. And I probably agree. I think the whole idea, like $250,000, how with no end target other than wilding pine. So someone's still going to have to make those decisions. And I just think the environmental fund, the large scale environmental fund is where the funds should be available for this type of work. So I'd probably be thinking that I'd rather do that, and then you've actually got the funding going where it's needed to get the best bang for its dollar. Thank you.
Councillor Kelleher.
Yeah, I'm a bit the same. I don't want to not support this. I think we have been lagging behind in the support for the wilding pine groups. They're well established, they're doing good work, there is good results coming from the money that's being spent. I'm quite reluctant to see 250 grand plus 2 million suddenly being additionally added on, but I do support the method that we currently fund Wilding Pines under. It's a very small amount per property across the entire region, and I think given the risks for Wilding Pines across a larger area of the region, we have the FAIR model at the moment. So my preference would be that that I can accept the doubling of the current targeted or the uniform annual rate for Wilding Pines. But my preference would be that the $2 million fund was reduced to cover that. So I'm very reluctant to see both. I don't want to not support this motion though, because I think the Wilding Pine group do need the support. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, I agree that good governance would look like us having either an application that says we need this much funding to support these programs in wild and conifer control, or we had an assessment that says if we had $250,000, this is where we would put it and where it would add significant value. I think that jumping at this right now, although I would really, I know that these groups need additional support, isn't the way that we should be doing it. We should take some time to have a think about what is the gap that we can fill. Is it with $250,000? Could we be doing this with the existing funds that we've got? Exactly, because we've got quite a lot now by the time you look at the Eco Fund and all of the pools of money that are there, as well as the large scale environmental funding. We've made commitments to that. This does seem like at the last second we've decided we're going to create another one as well. And so yeah, but I mean, I'm a huge advocate for wild and conifer control as well. I just think we need to have a really good think and have staff come back to us with an actual proposal then on where we can best get bang for buck in wild and conifer control and understand that space, because we have got a whole range of groups. Giving them 50 grand each is probably really not going to achieve what we need to be achieving. Thanks.
Before I go back to the mover of this motion, I'll just have a comment from the chair, from myself. Look, I commend Councillor Somerville in making this recommendation, which is derived from what we're hearing from our submitters and what we're hearing from within our community of the need to continually work on this Wilding Pine issue. It is a huge issue. There was a comment made that we need to show that we are serious in the space. I think what we've done today is cemented a $2 million environmental fund. I think that shows commitment to the Wilding Pines and other issues within the environment. I support the intent of this, but I think before I moved in that direction, I'd be wanting a paper to the Environment Delivery Committee at some stage to show what that $250,000 that we are spending now currently does, currently where it is directed, and to assess where we would best put money, and if then in fact we need. I know we do need to increase it, but I think we need to ensure that we are sending it to the best place possible to make their best advantage. So I'm a wee bit unsure on that at this stage. So unfortunately, Council, I cannot support. I love the intent, but I just can't support it at this stage. Thank you. Councillor Somerville.
Thank you. And I appreciate the comments from all councillors and those different points of view. Look, this is not the whole answer, far from it. But we know this wild and conifer control is urgent. Time is of the essence on this one. We are moving to establish that new environment fund, but there will be many calls on that, not only about wild and conifer control. And it's certainly true that we need to look at the bigger picture and take a little more time to do that, to see how we can best support this, dealing with this in Otago. However, this extra funding from the ORC, as Councillor Noon said, can do its bit to support those community groups who are already working there. So I hope councillors can see their way to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. At ending the debate, we will take a division on this, and we will put the motion that request an increase to the uniform targeted wilding trees rate collection from 250,000 currently to 500,000 total for the year, for year 2.
Councillor Kelleher,
For.
Councillor Laws,
Opposed.
Councillor Malcolm,
Opposed.
Councillor McCall,
Against.
Councillor Metham,
For.
Councillor Noon,
For.
Councillor Robertson,
Against.
Councillor Somerville,
For.
Councillor Weir,
For.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
Right, interesting. I have 5 in favour and 5 against. Does the chair wish to use a casting vote?
I will, and I will stick with my against.
5, 6, motion has failed.
Thank you. L, recommendation L, the request that council staff provide a report on how to fund an investigation into using funds from the managed fund to increase ORC's contribution to pest management and control for the June 2025 council meeting.
Just so Kylie can jump back on and share the tab.
Now, councillor Laws,
Yeah,
that is a motion crafted from comments that you have made earlier in our discussions prior to lunch around that very topic. Now, if you are of a mind to have that happen,
that's very kind of you. Thank you.
you would need to move in that direction.
Okay, so moved. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, and seconded by the chair. Questions? Certainly, councillor Weir.
Just want to ask staff about the time frames there, and if there are any thoughts on feasibility of those time frames, or if anything else would be more suitable.
No, so I asked the same question, but I corrected my understanding of the motion. So this is just around, it's really just a report on process, so we can achieve that by June.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor McCall.
Well, no, I was just wondering whether there's any appetite for it to be broadened out to biodiversity needs and resources as per the mover mentioned.
Yeah, you're right.
As opposed to just pest management
You're right.
Security.
or bias.
Was it? I'm just wondering if it's biosecurity, not biodiversity. But
Yeah.
Mentioned biodiversity, but
No, well, it's both actually, isn't it? Really?
both really would cover it. Take out the pest management, biodiversity and biosecurity.
Thank you, Lloyd, for noticing that.
You comfortable with that, mover?
Yes, I am.
The seconder was me. I'm reasonably comfortable with that. So we'll put that change in. Question?
What will this report look like? What's it going to cover?
So the report will outline the process effectively to investigate. So what steps are going to be required, what resource would be needed to do it. So it's not going to be a significant report, but it will just set that out. So through the annual plan, you can decide whether you want to support adding that to the work plan.
The next annual plan.
It'll go into the one you're considering today. And I can't tell you whether there will be any additional costs or not, because I need to go away and talk about it with staff, that the report may come back and say we can do this. And it may have no impact on the annual plan, but I don't know was the answer to councillor Laws earlier today. But this is just asking us to do that in time for the June meeting.
Can I assist, Richard? I don't think it's a
Hold
large.
Hold Michael.
Sure.
I had another question in the room, but it's been, we're allowing you to talk now. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I don't think it's a large piece of work. It's really, it's an issue of principle, really, and then some basic figures, some outlines of the biodiversity issues in our region, the priorities, perhaps, that we've already got established and set, or in our draft currently that we're working on, and then how much is in the managed fund and how much is available for us for that. So it's not going to answer the detail. It's really just a question of direction.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, you okay?
Yeah, answered my question, but my question was, isn't it actually really simple? It's just how much is in the managed fund and would be generated by the managed fund, and then we could take it from there. The rest of what Councillor Laws has talked about is actually quite detailed and perhaps is outlined in a whole range of places, like the pest plan with its implementation plan and budgets and all that stuff. It's quite detailed, but just knowing how much money there is that's generated from that fund, and really simply how much money is there to play with is really his question. What's the opportunity?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you had a question?
Well, it's probably of the mover, or so back in '87, thing came around called New Zealand Lotto, and didn't we all sit down on Saturday evenings before we saw the results and decide how we're going to spend the money before we won it? And that it sort of avoided the real issue, is that we didn't win the lotto. It was a nice dream. Dealing with this and working out how we could spend the money in the managed fund presumes we want to use the managed fund, which is, I think, the first question. We definitely know there's some work to do, and how to fund that is a different piece of work, and we're trying to put two ideas together and dream that the managed fund is available. And I think it's a messy motion because they're tying two things together that don't necessarily sit well together. And the managed fund and its income is already accounted for in the long-term plan. I think there are two questions that you could be posing. Very happy for the two separate questions to be posed, and very good discussion for the long-term plan, but I don't think it's an annual plan matter. And I think I would like to think that the work on the biodiversity strategy is going to deal with this. So I've really been talking to the motion rather than the question. Sure. The question is surely this has to be two motions rather than one, or have I misunderstood your intent?
A response to that, Councillor Laws?
No, we have a number of biosecurity issues. It's a better word to describe in the Otago region.
And the fullness of just observing time restraints that we may have, are you comfortable that your motion stays as it is?
Yeah, well, listen, whatever assists discussion and resolution, I'm fine with.
Thank you. So, any more questions? Let's go into debate. And debate will, firstly, your opportunity to debate it, Councillor Laws, if you want to hold that to later.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, just quickly, I think I'll support this just because of the simple nature that has been outlined and what will come to us. But I do think, as I sort of said before, around reserves in our managed fund and stuff, I think we do need to sort of start with and maybe this report could be a first step to us getting there, is just a workshop or something to establish first principles around why we have this fund and what we want to use it for, probably more importantly, when we feel comfortable using it. But happy to support this as a sort of first step to get to that conversation.
Further debate? Councillor Robertson.
I agree with Councillor Weir. I'd be happy to support it if it was just a really quick look at the managed fund and how it what it is, how it's used, what's in it, well, that's fine. I don't think we should spend a lot of time looking at what are the issues in biodiversity and biosecurity across the target, because there's thousands of them. That would cost so much money. But I think it's really good that Councillor Laws has brought this up. I think that's great, and it sparks off, exactly as Councillor Ware said, the principled discussion that needs to happen in terms of how we use funds like this. So I'd support it.
Thank you, Councillor Methven.
On last week, the finance meeting, we had a really good session on the managed fund and what it does and how much we've got and what it earns and all those sorts of things. So I'm not sure what new information is going to come through this report, but I'm happy to support it if it enables conversation for further planning. Yep.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes, look, I agree with what Councillor Wilson said about that. There's two issues here, and they're both big issues, and it sounds like something for the long-term plan. Now, I don't need to wait for 2 years to start discussing that, but I don't need to get this report about it next month either.
Just for, I can give clarity. I understand the report will be about the process of answering the questions. Thank you. Push the wrong button. I haven't pushed myself. Audio debate's finished.
Can I just have a right of reply, just quickly?
Debate is finished, and now the mover has the right of reply.
Oh, thank you. Listen, I won't carry on too long. In actual fact, I've sat around the council table for the last 8-9 years, and Councillor Tim Meppen, I want to credit you for never actually even thinking about this issue. Sadly, that's a commentary on my intellect. Because when you raised that issue of the managed fund last week and said, what do we have it for? Do you know, it's the first time I'd actually thought about it. So thank you, Tim. And then when I looked at, I asked it in the same week, Tim and colleagues, I was dealing with LINs to do with lagrosiphon control. And I asked them, listen, all we're doing is managing this every year. We're putting in about 50K here and a bit more up on Wanaka, and they're doing it. How much would it cost you to attack it so that you could actually eradicate lagrosiphon from Lake Wanaka and then potentially right throughout our big lakes up here? And the LINs lady said off the top of her head, probably $2.5 million. And I went, so it's a money issue? And she said, yes. If we had $2.5 million, she said, I could pretty much guarantee I could eradicate lagrosiphon from Lake Wanaka and right throughout the river system. And it was when I put those two things together, I was thinking, how many other projects are out there that we could in actual fact be addressing now in a big way by using that managed fund, which is just sitting there accumulating more funds, but really not doing anything for the Otago region or solving or resolving any of the issues that we've got in our community. So that's why that motion's sitting there.
Thank you, Councillor Laws. We'll put the motion. Those in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Would you like that recorded?
Oh, no.
No need to record. And motion carried. We'll now move on to.
So I have let Port Otago know that they're here, but I'll let them know we're aiming for about 15:15 finish, and they're fine with that. So
Yeah, there was just a bit of fog in the harbour, and it's taken us a wee bit longer to get down, so we won't be far away. M.
Yeah, I'm happy to put this as we're ready.
Yeah. M directs a 3-year staff number reduction from the current level 360 to a staff cap at the end of the 3rd year of 300 FTEs based on the following parameters assumptions. 1 and 3 year reduction, a third per year reduction from the current level achieved by natural attrition, position efficiency restructure, restructure completely at the discretion of the CE. Councillor Kelleher, that was the motion that you sent to us. I'll open with comments from you, and if you wish to move that.
Yep, thank you. I'll move it, and then if it seeks a seconder, then I'll speak to it then.
So are there any questions before we grab a seconder? If not, the motion has been put by councillor Kelleher. Have we a seconder?
Oh, I'll second it.
Seconded councillor Laws. And there being no questions, we'll open debate. Councillor Kelleher, you may talk now.
Thank you, Chair. Well, look, this
Thanks, Gary.
I guess shouldn't have come as a surprise. It is a common theme that I have worked on in the past. This situation has appeared. It's not just from me dreaming this up. I engage with a lot of people across the region. There's some very common themes coming about interactions and experiences and observations with ORC. And one of the most common themes is around cost and staffing levels. And so I explained to these constituents that the ORC has grown substantially. It has grown from 140 staff 10 years ago to now. And across those years, it has heavily used consultants to fill gaps when necessary. But also the cost of operation has lifted substantially with the lift in staff numbers where we have now. And I believe from what I'm hearing and experiencing that we have just gone a bit too far in scale, and we need a bit of a scaling back. And that can't happen over a very short period of time. It needs to be over a staged period of time. And I guess you could compare it to a sinking lid policy that ORC has been very happy to have in place to other factions of the community in the past. I think we have too liberally looked to add staff when needed, but they've been permanent staff as opposed to sort of temporary or consultant staff, and that has then left an ongoing burden. When you look at our annual plan processes and our long-term plan processes, we fine-tooth comb line items to the nth degree. But like by my calculation, if the average staff cost is $150,000 a year across 360, that is $54 million on an annual basis. And yet we have hardly discussed it at all today and in previous discussions. And also then, just in our the motions that we've had, an additional FTE was proposed. Luckily, from a question, it was able to be repurposed and no longer proposed. But there is a very strong message around this country about council prudency, and I think that still applies to us alongside all other councils in New Zealand. And I think ratepayers are looking for us to ensure that our councils are operating to the most efficient level that they can. And as I've said to my constituents, I think my observation is that we've just gone slightly higher in staff numbers than we need to be. We still need to have BAU and achieve that, but I don't think we're efficient at this level. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Debate for councillor Somerville.
I have said this before, I believe. Our starting point needs to be the work that we decide is important to be done, not the number of staff. So let's start with the important, the work that we decide is important, not the staff. We can't do it that other way round. So I will not be supporting this. Thank you.
Further debate? Councillor Noon, then Councillor Meffin.
Look, I recall the last conversation we had on this topic. I supported, I think Gary moved it, the motion. I'm not going to this time, and I sort of feel, if I look back on where we've tried to improve our capability and capacity, and why we did that, there was a strong push from our communities to do more, particularly in the environment space, public transport space. The government was pushing us hard to do more, and now we've sort of got to a stage where we've probably reached our peak. I'd like to think that this conversation will be had perhaps in a slightly different forum initially with the CE, because I think it will still need to be front of mind for all of us to understand that there obviously needs to be a cap or a level where we all feel comfortable with. So, I mean, I've got a certain degree of sympathy for what Gary's trying to do, but this time I'm not going to support it because I feel that there has been a strong push, not only from ourselves, but as I say, our community and the previous government. This government is probably, the current government has got a slightly different approach. However, I think at this point in time, I will not be supporting the motion.
Councillor Methven.
And I'd just like to remind councillors that we did actually have an efficiency review conducted of this organisation some time ago, and the efficiency review has been informing organisational management. The feeling that I have around motions like this is that it's displaying a lack of confidence in the leadership and staff of the ORC, which I do not feel. I have an expectation that the CE and the executive are continually looking at improving the efficiency of this organisation. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Councillor Lawson.
I am never sympathetic with these types of motions, although I'm probably more sympathetic than I have been ever before, because I don't think it's particularly helpful a way of going about getting efficiencies or driving down costs. But I have to say that I am more concerned now than I have been before about the size of this council and its ability to be flexible and nimble to change with the tides of government and people's finances. What I have been absolutely impressed with the submissions that have come in is the ability of people to deliver really well on the ground and us enabling that to happen. We have been slow to get into the space of helping and actually knowing what the best looks like, and an alternate plan making and everything else just doesn't always do it. I appreciate that there is a very good willingness for this to happen within the staff, but it just at times feels slow. Having said that, I also know that it is relatively new to the CEO's time in the job and turning things around, and I therefore will not be supporting that this year, although I totally support the intent of finding those efficiencies. I think the information we've been given as of Friday on the work programs and what I get is a clear indication we will get a better idea of those work streams going through will give us an ability to be more directive in that way. And to that end, I hope that we can use that information better to get more nuanced and more targeted motions than this one. I have every sympathy that our community do not want to continue to see increased rates while we are still having, and forget to remember, we've had huge increases in dividends. So we've double whammed the community and growing at such a speed. So I think we should be acknowledging that and wondering how we can do this better and cheaper.
Further debate?
Yes.
Councillor Laws.
Thank you. I think we probably need some figures here. Staff numbers at the ORC have more than doubled in the past 6 years. We had 170 FTEs in 2019-20, and we've got a projected staff for this financial year of somewhere there between 355 and 360. In addition, our staff wage salary rises have run well ahead of the private sector, 5% last year, 4.5% this year. And the number of ORC staff earning $120,000 per annum has more than doubled from 30 in 2021 to 68 in 2024. The thing that's worth thinking about is in all that, are we making more of a difference? So in all of the doubling of staff and the paying of remunerations and the employing of consultants on top of that, can we say that over the last 5 or 6 years, we're making a positive difference commensurate with those increases over that period of time? At the start of this year, our chief executive brought to us a report on meeting the work programs and standards. It was a chart of all the things that the ORC had done in the last year. And most of those targets had been reached. And I noticed that they'd been reached with 300 FTEs. And I questioned him at that time, and I'm sure our chief executive will remember it. So how come we're actually producing everything that we need to do with 300 FTEs, even though you're now requesting more? I don't know that I got a particularly satisfactory answer to that question. But I can say we're not alone in addressing this issue. New Plymouth has just shed 55 staff from its New Plymouth City Council. The Napier City Council is currently looking to shed 100 staff. The Napier City Council. Waitaki is also looking at rationalising staff. We're not alone in addressing this question, which is that throughout New Zealand, local government appears to have become bloated. And when I mean bloated, I mean we have more staff than the job that we need to do, or the income that's reasonable to charge, or the rates that are reasonable to charge the community that we service. Now, you might look at this particular motion and think, this is a fairly blunt instrument. It's actually very mild. It looks at not creating redundancies, as has happened at New Plymouth or Napier, but in actual fact, it looks at, by a sort of sinking lid policy, reducing the staff level down within manageable quotas each year. And so for that reason, it has a lot of merit and is something that I therefore will and should support.
If I missed anyone, I will take this opportunity from the chair to comment. I look at the Otago Regional Council and I look at it from 2020-21 onwards, and we have and we set on a path under instruction from a minister and a review that was done that said we weren't up to scratch and we weren't doing our job. And at that stage, our operating expenses were 85 million. We're now at a level now with the proposed, and this figure won't be exact because we've chopped this around a wee bit. We've grown now up to $141 million of OPEX annually, which has been a huge growth path. We've a rate demand from 27 million now to around 70 million. So those increases have been marked and quite huge within a business sense. What I am wanting to see, and look, I'm seeing it happening now, but I want to see greater emphasis on, is our business effective and efficient? Have we the right balance of fees and charges? Have we the right balance of people in the organisation? And I think that is being done by the reporting and the systems that I am getting through now. We've had a report on Friday that showed our staffing levels and our OPEX costs in each division. We need to continue to improve on that sort of reporting. I will continue to stress to the CE that I am looking for the most efficient and most effective operation that I can have for my community, but in a position where we are completing the roles that as an organisation we should be doing. I absolutely support the intent of the motion, but at this stage I just am not confident that is the best mechanism to get us to the very best position, which we're probably not far away from. With that, I will put the motion. Although,
sorry, Mr. Chair, can I write a reply?
Sorry, Councillor Kelleher, my humble apologies.
Look, I'll be very brief. I hear what my colleagues are saying. In the previous years, we've had a very different government who was happy to burden local and regional government with more workload that potentially and costs that potentially should have come from central government. We have some very clear pain out there now across the regions, and councils are needing to very much tighten their books. That the management of staff should be one of the biggest issues that councillors will face as governors, and the level of sort of significant effort that councillors have put into this topic is minimal in comparison to what we're spending. So this won't go away from me. I think at times in the future when I get it, I will be looking to keep pushing this situation. We need to rein councils in across New Zealand. Thank you. That'll be all.
Thank you, Councillor Kelleher. I'll now put the motion. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against?
Division?
Division, yeah, sorry, I should have called that from the start. Let's have a division.
Councillor Kelleher,
Yes.
Councillor Laws,
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor McCall,
No.
Councillor Methven,
No.
Councillor Noon,
No.
Councillor Robertson.
No.
Councillor Somerville.
No.
Councillor Weir.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
8 against and 2 in favour. The motion has failed.
Motion fails. Moving on to recommendation 4 on our paper. Recommendation 4 is notes that the council rates resolution will be provided to the 25th June 2025 council meeting following adoption of the annual plan 2025-2026.
Moved.
So moved by Chair Robertson, seconded by Councillor McCall, to make sure that I am noticing people on the left of me.
You're referring on,
Any questions, any debate?
Sorry,
Councillor Wilson?
I am worried about this. Does this mean that we won't get the resolution literally until the meeting? Because, given a couple of years of, just being able to check the motions, we are going to get this before the date.
Our papers will be.
EU meeting is part of, it will be circulated part of the agenda the week prior to the that council meeting. Or are you saying you want? It is going to be coming, yes, prior. Like normal, with part of your agenda pack. Well, yeah, that's not what that says. Thank you. That isn't what that says, and that's why I'm just checking.
Well, it is. Oh, because the agenda for the 25 June council meeting goes out as per the legislation, which is 3 working days prior, so.
We're not adopting, following adoption, we're not adopting that until that meeting. Are we?
Sorry, go, we'll get it out.
Yeah.
Part of the agenda.
Sorry.
Yeah, I understand the question, but I think we have that answer that it will be part of the agenda. Right. Any debate? I'll put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? At this stage, I'm proposing to close the finance meeting. We have made our recommendations. I think, firstly, I will thank the staff for the work that they've put in and being able to do the figures as we've gone along, for their responses to our often demanding questions, which we should be giving anyway. So I'm happy with that. Thank you, councillors, for your contribution and your debate. And thank you to those members of public who have submitted either verbally or written to our plan. And thank you also to the remainder of the public that has been supporting us and questioning us over the last 12 months. We thank you, and I may give you Thursday afternoon off, but that will depend how long your 9 o'clock meeting goes for. Thank you very much indeed.